Welcome back to the Sparkle Bebé Diamonds Creations and current events. La Reina's back in la casa. Shout out to my day ones, my ride or dies, my members, my subs. I'm the Boricua Reina, NYC born, corazón de fuego. Let's get it. Diamonds on the mic, yeah, I'm talking to you. Dropping truth, throwing gems, that's what real ones do. Never fake, never fold, I break straight through. Receipts locked, aim sharp, headshot, boom. They toss the dirt, I turn it to gold. Pressure makes diamonds, that's how I roll. I'm moving silence, then feast on the scene. When it's time to eat, call me the roast queen. Like and sub up if you like the show. Throw shade at the Reina, then you gotta go. Stay tuned, she dropped that fuego brand new. Come and share, that's what real ones do. Diamonds don't fade, nah, mommy, she glow. If you can't ride this wave, keep your butt down below. They lied on me, tried on me, thought the hate would ride on me, but I'm still here, iced coffee on deck, mic on. NYC born, corazón, stay strong. Boricua blood, never been a clone. 101 in the throne on my own. Let them talk, I just level up more when I hit go live. Yeah, that's war. This ain't just YouTube, it's a whole damn throne. Custom crafts, current events, I built it on my own. Reina con recibos, queen with the proof. Stay locked and loaded, always aim for the truth. Shots fired, make sure your aim ain't off, cause when I clap back, headshot straight bars. Like and sub up if you like the show. Throw shade at the Reina, then you gotta go. Stay tuned, we drop that fuego brand new. Come and share, that's what real ones do. Diamonds don't fade, nah, mommy, we glow. If you can't ride this wave, stay down below. Black, 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 black.
Yeah, I know you're hurting right now, but listen, God's not done with you. This is not the end. I know the night feels heavy, shadows on your mind, but don't believe the whispers, that's the enemy's design. You were made with purpose, chosen from the start. God's love is forever, He's holding your heart. Don't let the darkness steal your song. You're stronger than you know. Hold on, your kids, your friends, your family too. The world will never be the same without you. Hold on, God's not done. The battle's tough, but the war's been won. Lift your hands, feel His light. Joy comes in the morning after the fight. You are loved, you belong. Stand in faith, keep holding strong. The enemy's lies can't take your place. God's arms are open, endless grace. The devil wants to break you, drag you through the flame. But eternity in darkness, baby, that's not your name. You were made for heaven, shining bright and free. So choose the path of life, God's victory. Every tear, He counts them all. When you're weak, His strength won't fall. Don't trade tomorrow for this pain tonight. The sun will rise and you'll see the light. Hold on, God's not done. The battle's tough, but the war's been won. Lift your hands, feel His light. Joy comes in the morning after the fight. You are loved. listen. Your story ain't over. Your children will cry, your friends will break, but God's love covers every mistake. Don't give the enemy what he craves. Your soul is a gift, your life God saves. Hold on, God's not done. Your brightest days are still to come. Dance in his love, sing out loud. You are chosen, you are found, you are loved, you belong. Keep the faith, the night's not long. The enemy falls, God takes his place. Forever saved by amazing grace. So breathe and believe. God's not done with you. Hold on.
Hello, 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 all my lovelies. How are we doing tonight? Or should I say this afternoon? I pray that God is blessing you and you guys are doing well. Let's see who is in here tonight. Can I get a mic check real quick? Can you guys hear me? Mic check, mic check. I see Debbie's in the house. Hey, sis. How are you, my love? Hopefully, I don't have any tech issues tonight. Debbie says all are welcome to the discussion, but please mind your manners. All right, Vestiges, what's up? Thanks for coming in, Anita Casey. How are you, darling? Thanks for coming in. Hey, Gail, how are you, sis? Lady 7 Up, so good to see you, my love. How are you? All right. Debbie says she can hear me. Gail, yes. Okay, y'all. So tonight is, I'm pretty sure you guys already know what we're going to talk about tonight. It's in regards to all the lies and the truth that are surrounding Charlie Kirk and his executioner. Yes, I call him an executioner because he executed Charlie. It doesn't matter what side you're on, that was an execution. So, oh, Gail, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you get better soon. So, before I start this, I just want to say a few things. I want to send out, and if you guys can join me in prayers for Mrs. Daisy. She is still going through a lot. There are several things that I will not speak about because she hasn't said anything. However, her foot is still hurting her, and she's still getting over a little stomach bug. So, please just send out prayers and well wishes to her, to Sayla. So anyone who's actually been sick because the coronavirus has been hitting a lot of people hard. There's stomach bugs. I think people were actually saying that they're getting the flu. So it's a lot. Okay. And I want to pray that the Lord heals them fast and they get to, go about their daily lives normally. Okay. Another thing that I wanted to address is um there has been a lot of talk on these streets about Candace Wells. And although I am happy that Summer Wells has been brought to the surface again, I'm not happy how she has been brought to the surface. But it is what it is. People are going to have their opinions. They're going to talk what they're going to talk. And because we live in this great country, we are able to speak, right? The only thing is that when you speak, you need to be very careful in how you execute things because there are consequences behind lies. All right. And the creator that sat up on her sister's panel and lied over and over and said that she never said anything about Candace behind her back has actually, I guess you can say she took accountability and admitted that indeed she was. The only thing with that is that she didn't clarify that Candace was being accused. It was an accusation. I mean, we all know that Candace has been lied on. They both been lied on. There's been a lot of lies throughout the Summer Wells case. And there's that one lie that she was charged with SA of her kids. Now, I've never said that my channel was true crime. I do follow a lot of true crime creators, and I do follow the news when it comes to press conferences and such. Let's just put it that way. But come on. Put your hate to the side for this woman and really think about it. Do you think if they were charged, let's just say this, if they were charged, okay, found guilty, charged, or whatever it is that you want to say with these accusations, do you really think Candace would be on YouTube, or should I say, would be able to get on YouTube and get on panels or chat in the chats that she chooses to chat in? No. Okay. They would be locked up. All right, because that is a crime, and that's all I'm gonna say about that. Okay. Yes, Gail, please. Let's continue praying. I'm sorry. Diamond Smiley had Don live on the phone last night. Okay, so let's continue praying for Don and Candace and the children. And another thing, Gail, I don't, I know you don't. I really haven't said it in the past, but we're going to not bring up other creators in here unless it has to do with the live, because of what happened over at Daisy's. So if you guys want to bring up a creator and my messenger, you can message me and just ask me. I don't want the drama when it comes to people bringing up other people and all that good stuff. And it's not only you, sweetie, okay? It's for everyone. Just, if I'm not talking about the person, then don't even bother bringing up the person because, again, a lot of stuff was done these past few days. And, I am very quick to defend myself and my friends. I don't like liars. All right. And because I don't like liars, I make sure that what comes out of my mouth is nothing but the truth. Okay. And Gail, like I said, you're okay, my love. Okay. So now moving on. I actually let's see what Debbie says. Debbie says that's exactly what YouTube should be doing, praying for these families of missing children, not using them for views. Absolutely. Amen. Absolutely. Hey, Chicken Snake. What up, bro? How are you? So, with that being said, just to let you guys know, there is a goal going on. If you guys can help me hit that goal tonight so I can at least reach my how should I say? Because you guys know that YouTube only sends out checks and stuff when it's over $100. So if you guys can help me. Oh, there goes Daisy. Hello, my love. It's so good to see you. I hope you're feeling better. I sent you a message earlier. But yeah, just to take me over that $100 mark for the month of, I guess, September. I mean, we still have a few more days to go. It is what it is. Um, but yeah, or if you guys want to support me off of the channel, my what do you call that? Cash app is scrolling across the screen, or you can buy me an iced coffee over at the coffee app. With the coffee app, you just scan the barcode that's on the screen, and it'll take you straight to my page. However, you want to help support me, this is for my channel. The money that I get from my channel is put back into my channel. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna leave that there. And Debbie, all right, gang, 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 gang. I wonder where the gang is. Boo, look at you dropping coins. Yes, thank you, Boo. I see you. Woohoo! Thanks again, sis. I appreciate that. Um, Daisy, I will be dropping. Oh, you know what? It's not only for Daisy, but for anyone that wants to come up and converse with me on several topics that I will be talking about tonight. I just want to get my words out, and then we can have a conversation. I am definitely down with it. Chicken Snake says, "Wait till I tell you what I gotta tell you, Diamonds. Someone called my son the R word because my wife reposted one of your posts and said I don't condone violence. He is the conservative." Wait a minute. So your wife reposted one of my posts and your son got called the R word. See, now, growing up in the time that I grew up, the R word was used very, very often. Yeah, I'm an 80s baby. We all know that. Um, the thing is that, you know, once again, everyone is free to use whatever language they want. They're free to say whatever they want to say. What helped me change, should I say what helped me change in not using the R word, is because I have friends and family that have offspring that are, how should I say, you know, mentally challenged. I am going to say that. All right. And I don't think that the R word is a good word to actually call someone. Okay. Because when I used to use it, growing up, it was derogatory. It was to, you know, put you in your place. It was a bad word. Let's just put it that way. And I'm sorry that happened, Chicken Snake. And if he's conservative, yeah, that's one thing I will say. We don't condone violence. Well, I'm gonna speak for myself as a conservative. Um, and I don't understand what um what post that was. Um, if you can refresh my memory. But yeah, Chicken Snake, you're gonna have people, call other people out on well, from all walks of life. Let's just put it that way. Left, right, center, right? I mean, I'm guilty of it myself. I really am. Like, I I'm a clap back, you know. I'll roast the shit out of you if I see and hear that you're trying to assassinate my character, or if you're lying on my friends, right? That's just the type of person that I am. But obviously it's because it's on YouTube, it's on the app. Now, if it was in the streets, I think I have a little bit of more, you know, street in me than than a lot of us in this chat. And it's not because I was raised in the streets. Don't get it twisted. You know, my parents sent me to a Catholic school almost my whole childhood, including high school. And, you know, uh when I became an adult, I actually steered away from my upbringing and started doing things that my parents weren't very happy with. Okay? Um but at the end of the day, you know, people can talk their shit on this app, right? Me included. It is what it is. But I am not going to go after you in person with a weapon. If we're arguing, we're gonna throw the hands. That's it. Now, if you bring a knife, you bring a gun, whatever you want to bring to the fight, I'm gonna bring it too. You understand what I'm saying? And that's really all I'm gonna say about that. But let me see. Chicken snake. Debbie says most of us were young when we said such words. We're grown now and should know better. But some, exactly, Debbie, I agree. Chicken Snake says, let me tell you one thing. My son is autistic. Oh, I didn't know that. And this guy knows it. He didn't even read the post. It is saying it in a negative way towards my son. You don't do that. Exactly. I 100% agree with you, Chicken Snake. And I was very much unaware that your son was autistic. And again, I will apologize for that person because he knows damn well that your son does have autism. And like I said, I do have friends that their offspring or their offspring's offspring, has autism. And I mean, hey, maybe one of my siblings has a little bit of autism. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, I'm like they act like they on the spectrum at times because they do things without thinking. But I think we all have a little bit of that in us, But because I had gotten so used to using that word and other words, it took a lot for me to get out of that habit. And I saw that when I said certain things and used certain words, I was offending some of my very close friends, you know? And I chose as an adult to be very, very careful. Okay. And that's all we need. It's not about being a pussy or being, too nice and whatever. It's like, come on, you have to know that certain things that you say and do affect others, and like I said, I am guilty of that. Okay. Um but if you know that your friend comes to you and tells you, hey, you use this word or you brought up this topic the other day and I was kind of offended, you know? So I'm going to take what my friends, because I care and love for them, into consideration. I'm going to take what they tell me into consideration for the next time. Because when I get going, it just comes out of my mouth. But when I catch myself, I will make sure that I correct myself publicly and in private. Okay? Because that's how I was raised. All right? So, let's see. Chewy. Hello, Chewy. Thanks for coming in, sweetie. Chicken Snakes, I'll see you in Discord. I will tell you the whole story. No doubt, Chicken Snake. No doubt. Lone Star, hey sis. How are you? Bubbles, hello. So good to see you. Bubbles says when suffering festers into hate, it doesn't just wound the soul. It steals a father's love from his children. A father that his children cherish, no matter if you agreed or disagreed. Absolutely. Amen. I agree with that. Chicken Snake says this was a family friend that no longer is a family friend. I'll tell you the whole story in Discord. All right, Chicken Snake, no problem. Gail Diamonds, I sent you a message. All right, my love, I'll check it in a little bit. Thank you, babe. Chicken Snake says I was 100% raised in the streets. So when he did what he did to my son, those are fighting words. He could say whatever he wants about me or my wife. You leave my son out of it. Yes, chicken snake. I agree with that. Like you know, like the papa bear and the mama bear comes out. Oh yeah, I know. I absolutely understand. Miss Daisy says, please consider helping our Diamonds channel by giving a donation. Oh, thank you, Miss Daisy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, y'all. So let's get to the show real quick because it's a long one. So, my assistant, yes, my cartoon assistant, because you know, I like to make my channel a little more interesting than just, you know, sitting and doing certain things. So I like to have different characters, different songs, and because I'm known as Diamonds Creations, and not, you know, anything else or anyone else, I'm gonna keep showing y'all my work of art. Okay? So let me shut up and my assistant's gonna talk to y'all for about a minute and a half, no longer than 2 minutes.
Hey y'all, Sasha here. Tonight, we're going to talk about the heartbreaking shooting that happened at Utah Valley University. On September 10th, Charlie Kirk was shot and killed during a speaking event in front of a huge crowd, including kids. The suspect is 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. Now, Tyler wasn't some street criminal. He was actually a smart kid and adult, top of his class, got a high score on his ACT test, even had a scholarship. But somewhere along the way, he changed. Investigators say he became radical in his views. He started clashing with his dad about politics and religion. He grew angry at Charlie Kirk, saying Kirk was spreading hate. Police say Tyler planned this for more than a week. He used a rifle and fired one shot from a rooftop that killed Kirk instantly. Afterward, he confessed in text messages to his boyfriend, Lance Twiggs. Those messages showed he believed Kirk's words were dangerous, and that's why he did it. Diamond will be discussing the text messages in detail later on. His parents actually recognized him from the surveillance photo on the news. They confronted him, and when he finally admitted the truth, they convinced him to turn himself in. Law enforcement praised his family for doing the hard thing, handing over their own son before more harm was done. Right now, Tyler Robinson is facing the most serious charge in Utah, aggravated murder, and the prosecutors are going for the death penalty. I want us to go through the facts together, Charlie's background and life. Tyler's background, his relationship, what the DA released, and yes, what Charlie Kirk himself has said in the past about topics dealing with the LGBTQ community. Tonight we're going to talk about the truth here, not rumors.
Okay, y'all. Yanni! Hello, sis. So good to see you. Lone Star says, I love Sasha. They are jealous they don't have her. I think that's what it is. And you know what, Lone Star? I think the jealousy comes from that my assistant Sasha actually looks a lot better than they do. So yeah, I'm just gonna say that real quick. But y'all already know. Okay. So Bubble says, Chicken Snake, I'm sorry that happened. I advocate on the daily against the R word. I got told I was disrupting someone's chat because I was advocating against the R word. I'll continue being disruptive then. Exactly. And I know exactly who you're talking about, Bubbles. And I agree. I agree. Barbara says that was an old video of Don talking that the other creator was playing last night. Oh, okay, Barbara. Like I said, y'all, it wasn't a jab towards Smiley's World. I know she does cover Summer Wells and she's covering other cases as well. I don't throw jabs at anyone that hasn't really shown me any type of hate. You understand? So I don't know if that came out wrong, and if it did, I apologize. Um, but Barbara, there was something that happened on Daisy's channel, Crime Crazy Critters on the Farm, the other day, and it was taken out of context, and it was I mean, it blew up, you know? So that's why I said what I said, you know, like, if you if you don't mind, you know, just don't bring up other creators unless they're being talked about or whatever, you know? But that's basically what I said. Thanks for coming in, Barbara. Debbie says, pray for the Robinson family. They are being attacked and under lockdown for doing the right thing. From what Ellie said, everyone locally with the last name Robinson is being threatened, related or not. Wow. Oh my goodness, this is just so out of control. So, with that being said, let me see. On September 10th, 2025, conservative activist Charlie Kirk was fatally shot while speaking at an outdoor event at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. The shooter fired a single long range rifle shot from a rooftop, striking Kirk in the neck in front of a crowd of about 3,000, including children. Kirk, 31, was pronounced dead from his injury. Authorities quickly launched a manhunt, and within 33 hours, they had identified and apprehended the, the suspect, the suspected gunman, 22-year-old Tyler James Robinson. Charles event took place under a tent in an outdoor courtyard. As Kirk was answering a question about mass shootings by transgender individuals, a single shot rang out. The bullet, fired from a Mauser 30 6 bolt action rifle about 175 to 200 yards away on a rooftop, struck Kirk in the neck, killing him instantly. Panic spread as attendees dove for cover. The shooter fled immediately after firing. Police recovered the rifle nearby along with 4 cartridges, 3 of them unspent. Investigators noticed inscriptions on the ammunition casing. One casing read, quote unquote, notices bulge, OWO. What's this? Others were etched with, hey, fascist, catch, followed by the video game style arrows, which I'm not sure if you guys looked at my post. I posted a picture of the video game that they were referring to. If you go back to the post on my channel, you'll see the picture of it. I'll probably bring it up here in a little bit. Oh Bella Ciao, which is I read up on it. That's an anthem. That I know I wrote it. Where did I read it? That was an anthem that was sung, I believe, by people that are against like Nazis. Oh yeah, I put it here. Duh. Okay. And another quote says, if you read this, you are gay. LMAO. Bella Ciao is an anti-Nazi, anti-fascist anthem. Officials stated the messages reflected the shooter's political motive. The shooter's political motive. Within hours, police and the FBI released campus surveillance images of a man in sunglasses, a hat, and dark clothing appearing to conceal a rifle. Tyler Robinson's parents recognized him, and this identification set the stage for his eventual surrender. Tyler Robinson grew up in Washington, Utah, living with his parents and 2 younger brothers. Neighbors recalled him as a quiet, polite, and academically gifted man, basically. He graduated from Pineview High School in 2021 with a top ACT score of 34 and a 4-year scholarship to Utah State University. A video posted by his mother showed the family celebrating his scholarship award letter. And I do have that video. Let me pull it up for you guys.
Congratulations, you have been selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State University. The value of this scholarship is approximately $32,000. This scholarship is available for 4 years or 8 semesters.
Robinson briefly attended Utah State University as an engineering student, but left after 1 semester. He later enrolled at Dixie Technical College, where he was in his 3rd year of an electrical apprenticeship program. Authorities confirmed Robinson had no prior criminal record. His mother, Amber, is a social worker. His father, Matthew, owns a granite and stone fabrication business. Despite online rumors, his father was never a police officer. The confusion stemmed from an unrelated sheriff with the same last name in another state. The Robinson family is conservative and registered Republican, though Tyler was registered as nonpartisan and had not voted in the 2024 election. According to investigators, Robinson became increasingly radical in the year before the shooting. His mother reported that he had turned hard left politically, supporting gay and transgender rights, which clashed with his father's conservative, quote-unquote, views. Tensions grew in the household. Robinson reportedly called Kirk's upcoming appearance a stupid venue and accused him of spreading hate. Prosecutors said Robinson planned the attack for more than a week, specifically targeting Kirk for his political beliefs. Text messages between Robinson and his boyfriend showed him confessing minutes after the shooting. And I do have, do I have the pictures? Here we go. Now, y'all, like, this is a mock. Hold on, let me remove this real quick. So this is a mock-up of the text messages. Okay, and there was I believe there was a press releaser that was given to the press over when they were having the when they were reading out the charges and stuff. And like I said, this is a mock-up of what was said between Tyler and his roommate slash boyfriend. Okay, so I hope you guys can see it, but I'm gonna read it off anyway. Let's see. So text messages between Robinson and his boyfriend showed him confessing minutes after the shooting. These are all quotes. I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. He added, there is too much evil and the guy spreads too much hate. Forensic tests later confirmed Robinson's DNA on the trigger of the rifle. Robinson's roommate slash boyfriend was identified as 22-year-old Lance Twiggs, a transgender individual transitioning from male to female. Governor Spencer Cox confirmed Twiggs was a romantic partner and had no prior knowledge of Robinson's plans. I question that. Twiggs discovered a note hidden under a keyboard that read, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. When confronted via text, Robinson admitted he was the shooter. Twiggs turned them over to law enforcement, providing key evidence. Authorities emphasize Twiggs is not suspected of any wrongdoing and has been fully cooperative. After recognizing him in surveillance images, Tyler's mother called him to ask if he was involved. At first, Tyler lied, saying he had been home sick. His father became alarmed when Tyler refused to show proof of his rifle's location. Later that night, Tyler confessed to his parents that he had carried out the shooting. Distraught, according to his parents, he hinted at suicide. His parents, along with a retired sheriff's deputy friend, persuaded him to surrender peacefully. On September 12th, Robinson turned himself in at the Washington County Sheriff's Office with his parents present. He was arrested without incident. Utah County Attorney Jeffrey S. Gray announced formal charges and stated the decision to pursue the death penalty was his alone, based on the evidence, including his DNA on the rifle, which if it's his rifle, his DNA is going to be on it. I get that part. Surveillance footage, text, and practice targets. Okay? So let me take this off real quick. Yeah, they StreamYard has a this option where you can put notes into the app itself. And I uploaded some pictures so I don't have to keep going back and forth to my my computer. Now here is what was released to the press. And it was stated that there's no timestamps on these text messages. Okay? Which hopefully they'll show it, like if there is a trial, hopefully they'll show it throughout the trial and we'll get more information on that. And this is Charlie's beautiful wife and his kids. God bless them. And one thing I wanted to mention, I did indeed post the video of Charlie getting shot. And it was a short. And in my short, it showed you can hear the shot being taken, and you can see him reacting to being shot in the neck, right? And I put it out there because I think we have been desensitized to all these crazy things that are happening in the world. There have been several people in the political world, left and right, that have been their lives have been taken. And there's not much noise about it, you know? And I feel like it's only being talked about, and then that's when the arguments start, lefty and the righties and everyone in the middle. But I posted that video because I wanted to show how real it was. All right. And I did think about taking it down because I was like, you know what? At the end of the day, I don't want his family and his friends to catch that video on my channel. Even though everyone else was posting it and all this other stuff, I was like, I fought with myself. I was like, dang, but I want people to see that it really did happen. All right. It really did happen. And, there's a lot of people that I know, because I'm like this too, I can hear things, but how should I say? I'm a visual learner, right? So if I see things with my own eyes, I tend to believe it more. And if I'm hearing it, then that means, I have to dig into and do some research on it, which I don't mind doing because that's what I do. And there were several people that were like, oh, take it down and all this other stuff. And I'm like, you know what? At the end of the day, I know YouTube is going to take it down. They're going to report my video. And that's exactly what happened. YouTube was like, hey, this is not good for YouTube. We're going to take it down. And I could have fought it. Okay. They gave me the opportunity to fight it. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to leave it alone. But I do want to say this. Even though what happened to Charlie was graphic. All right. I do want to put this out there. YouTube is so quick to take down certain things that are all violate the terms of service, right? But you have people on this freaking app that are literally doxing names, children's names, the things that these children of these creators are going through or have gone through in their life. All right? Like adult services is being called, the cops are being called, children's services is being called, and there's proof all over YouTube, and YouTube does nothing about it. Okay? So I'm just like, hey, you know what? It should be all across the board. Because if someone is reporting to you, YouTube, that this person is going against terms of service by speaking on a child and talking dirty about a child, or someone's information is being doxed, then that video or that live or whatever it is should be taken down too. But it is what it is. So let's get back into the chat. Hey J Marie. I don't know if she came back. How are you, love? Okay, let's see. Who else is in here? Let me scroll up. I'm sorry, I was just ranting. Ready? Nora, hello, my love. How are you? Let's see. J Marie says, hey, Diamonds. Everyone, sorry I'm late. No, you're good. Debbie says, my question. Did the protesters against Charlie Kirk that were on the roof see this man and his weapon? I can't find any info on this. There's been different news, like you have people that were actually at the event that were saying that the protesters that were there were actually applauding it. They didn't, in their opinion, the protesters didn't duck for cover. They didn't take cover. They acted like they knew what was about to happen. Okay? And like I said, that's, it's coming from someone who was actually there. But at the end of the day, that's their opinion. Because who knows, with all the chanting and the noise and everything that's going on, perhaps they didn't hear when the shot rang out, like I said, there could be like so many reasons why they didn't react. And there is footage of him being on the roof, and I will be showing that. There is footage of him walking kind of weirdly. And that's when basically the authorities, that's when they say that he had the rifle concealed in one of his pant legs. Bubble says, Debbie, that is awful. There needs to be focus on mental health crisis in the U.S. Yes. You said it, Bubbles. Yes, exactly. Gail says, God's love for us will always be love. I'm sorry. God's love for us all will always be love for unconditional. Amen. Gail, amen. I should have cleaned my glasses. Chicken Snake says, that is the one my wife shared of yours, the one you're talking about. The video of Charlie Kirk getting shot. Is that what you're referring to? Vestiges says, I made a song for Charlie, uploaded it, then I take it down. Why'd you take it down? Brenda, I don't see Brenda. Hey, Brenda, welcome in. Oh, there you go. How are you, my love? All right, so this next video that I'm going to show y'all, I'm going to have, because it's another creator, so you already know I have to, stop, give him props, commentate, all that other stuff. But I will be dropping, as a matter of fact, let me drop his link real quick. He goes by Brandon Lehman. Okay. And this is his channel. And You know what? Before I show his thing, before I show his commentary, I want to show you guys something. Let me pull up my page real quick. I'm sorry, y'all. I have like stuffy nose too. All right, so let's go to the post. And all right, I want to show you guys. This is share the screen. Share the screen. Where you at? There we go. All right, y'all. So this is the post that I made. In regards to what what Gray was saying about the arrows pointing up and to the right and the 3 down arrows. So I put the symbols reported on an unspent round is from the game Helldivers 2. And it's to call in the 500 kg bomb in the game. Okay? So this is basically what that it's a cheat code. You know, like back in the days for Nintendo, we had up, up, down, down, triangle select and all that other stuff, you know, to get to cheat in the game. You know, I mean, I did it several times, you know what I'm saying? To get some money or to try to beat like a boss or whatever, you know, it happens. If you're a gamer, you understand all of this, you know? And like I told you guys before, I am a gamer. All right, so let's stop sharing this real quick. And oh damn, I'm big again. Okay. And then this, let me see. Now this is something that I want to show. You know, when there's a lot of controversy behind someone, I have learned to go and check it out for myself. Okay? Especially into my adulthood, because man, people spin things, they lie. I mean, it's crazy. And then having been lied on, okay, on YouTube, something that I never thought would actually happen. You know, I like to look into what is being said by you know, certain people against someone else, right? And I knew of Charlie because of the controversy that surrounded him. All right. And I want to show you this real quick. Let me present it. So you guys, let me know if you can hear it well. I need you guys to pay attention to Charlie and to the young man that he is talking to, and listen to the words that the young man says to Charlie.
Respectful question, as respectfully as I can. What does what they do in their private life concern you so much that you have to go up in front of a crowd? And
it is against God. That is.
So let me ask you a question.
Christian or not?
Do we live in a theocracy? Yes or no? No. Do we live in a theocracy?
You said you're a Christian.
I am a Christian. And do you know what? And guess.
Now, y'all, let me tell you something. This man was killed, executed, because a lot of people didn't take the time out to go and listen to what was coming out of his mouth. Okay? A lot of people that hate this man said that he was a racist, that he was a bigot, that he was homophobe. I mean, every name in the book was thrown at this man. And here he is, sitting on the stage, going up against a quote unquote Christian. And he's calling him out. He's calling this quote unquote Christian out. All right. And then this young man fires back with, I thought you were a Christian. Y'all, Christian doesn't mean we hate. Okay? We don't hate. All right? There's a difference between hating a person for their views and their lifestyle and hating a sin. Okay? Because God hates sins. We all know that. All right? And yes, I can say I don't hate anyone. I may dislike a person, very much so. But above all, it's their actions that I hate. Okay? And if he was such against, the gays and the transgenders and black people, why would he call someone out that's supposedly a Christian? Why would he call this person out? He's telling them, why would you come up here and say the things that you have said? All right? And I'm going to show another video, and that video is going to be from TikTok. And you're going to be, a few of us is going to be surprised to see the channel holder over at TikTok. Okay? I'm not going to mention him right now, but you will see how he looks and how he dresses and how he talks. Okay? And that's all. I mean, we all have some type of internet. If you don't have internet, if you can't afford it in your house, you can go to the local McDonald's, Walmart parking lot. Okay? Sign into their guest account. All right? And do your own research. Y'all, you guys are hating on this man for lies. Okay? He's been lied on. And if you just took the time out to hear what he has to say, all right, you would understand where he's coming from. And hey, if you don't agree with the whole Christian part about it and the Bible and God and Jesus, walk away. Don't automatically assume that this dude, Charlie, is a Nazi. Okay? And it's all these things that he's being called. Why? Because he's the conservative. Because he's part of the right. Because he helped get Trump nominated and elected. Okay? Come on. We're all grown adults. Okay? You can it only takes a few seconds to look something up. And I'm not talking about Googling, because we all know that Google and YouTube, okay, they lean a lot to the left. All right? Nothing wrong with that. Like I said, before, I do have Democratic friends and family. All right? I stay away from the extremists. I'll tell you that much. They're a little too cray-cray for me. And it's also on the right as well. Okay? And I know you guys may come at me for all that, but we do have extremists on the right that claim that they're conservatives. But no. I think it's just a cover-up to continue with this whole war between the sides. Okay, so let me finish. Let me stop talking and finish playing this video real quick.
Guess what? I will say this. Do we live in a theocracy? Yes or no? No. Do we live in a theocracy?
You said you're a Christian.
I am a Christian. And do you know what? And guess what? I will say this. Part of being a Christian is appropriately interpreting what the theological says for the individual, but also means to be long-suffering and patient and loving and kind. Jesus Christ talked to all people. Jesus Christ went and did his ministry through Judea and Samaria, and he had dinner with tax collectors, and he had dinner with prostitutes, and he did his ministry in every part of the Mediterranean. What it means to be a Christian, my friend, is to be open-minded but firm in your beliefs, so you can have that belief. But if you say there's something inherently wrong with communicating or associating just because they make different personal decisions than you, then you, sir, are not a conservative. Thanks for being here tonight.
Boom. Okay? So he not only told this young man what a real Christian is and how they're supposed to see, other people. Okay? But he called him out. He called him out. Now, if he was really against the gays, all right, and the lifestyle that some people live, you think he would correct that young man? No, he would go right along with it. All right? Let's call it the hate bonding that a lot of people seem to do nowadays. Okay? Hey, my three sons. Thanks for coming in. Hate is a Brenda Chick says hate is a big and strong word. It is, Brenda. It definitely is. My three sons, Jimmy, what's his name? Got fired for lying. Oh yeah, Jimmy Kimmel. He sure did. Hey Taylor, how are you, my love? As a matter of fact, I wanted to mod Taylor up real quick. Bear with me, y'all. I need to get back into YouTube to do that. Oh, hold on, I could do it from my phone. Debbie says, "Oh, I'm about to drop my cup." Exactly, Diamonds. Just listen to him. It's a discussion, not a demand. Why should it be okay that someone dies for a different opinion? Exactly. Let me see. Add as a moderator. Okay. All right, Taylor. Thanks for coming in. I added you as a mod, and I'm just gonna put this out here. I haven't figured out how to do it just yet. But I will be removing wrenches and it's nothing personal, but if I don't see you around and I don't converse with you behind the scenes, then I'm sorry, you cannot be a mod on my channel anymore. That's basically it. Okay. My three sons says that man had a gift. And with that being said, I know I said it where was it that I said it? I think I said it over at Matthews. I just want to say thank you to my three sons. She has been very, very neutral in the drama between channels. And it was her and Cinderella Mint, of course, Miss Daisy and Lone Star, and a few others that actually went into another creator's chat and let the creators know that what was being said in their chat about Daisy and the people that were up on Daisy's panel were it was a lie. Okay. And I just, I respect that. You may not like me for whatever reason, but I respect you enough to, to say it out loud, and that I do appreciate you putting the truth out there. Okay. Taylor says, "Hey y'all, I'm now blue." All right, y'all. So I put the channel in the thing. Did I? Let me see. His channel link for Brandon Lehman, and y'all go listen to him. Sub up if you can. He speaks the truth, and like I said, I have to pause it in between. I mean, I'm not sure if he's gonna strike me or whatnot. But I want to give him props. And if you guys, can, when you guys get a chance, go step up to him. He's a truth teller, and he drops receipts, and he's very articulate and intelligent, and I love his channel, and I think that you guys will love his channel as well.
Charlie Kirk was not racist. Charlie Kirk showed black people nothing but love.
If you guys can let me know if there's an echo, or you guys don't hear the sound, let me know, please.
He believed there was nothing he could do that we couldn't. He believed there was nothing he could achieve that we also couldn't. He believed there were no limits to what a black person could accomplish in America. And people called him racist because he refused to see black people as second-class citizens. Now, if you want to call me an Uncle Tom, a coon, a sellout, that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. I've heard it before. But I encourage everybody with an open mind to watch this video till the end, because I believe I can change your mind.
And that's the thing. A very close family member of mine actually called me a sellout. Okay. And, why are we sellouts when we go and research for ourselves what's being said? Okay. And I'm not going to lie. I do my research on the Democratic Party as well. Okay. Because I lean right now. I didn't before, especially growing up, like, my parents were Democrats, you know, and um, I lean more right now, but just because I lean more right doesn't mean, yeah, like I said, I have changed. I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative. Conservative. I will put it out there. Okay, hate me if you want to hate me. Um, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to take their words for it. Okay, I side eye Pam Bondi. I side eye Cash Patel. Heck, even Trump. All right, and you'll catch me talking to them out loud. Like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. That's not what you said last month or last year or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? But then, instead of, you know, like turning it into an argument or whatever, I'll go and I'll do my research. Wait a minute, did they say that? Maybe maybe I misunderstood, or whatever it is. And just like Fetterman over here, he's the senator for Pennsylvania, right? There's a few things that have been said about him. They call him the hoodie guy or whatever they call him over here. It's funny, they nickname him. I look him up because you have people lying on him and basically saying things that he didn't say, or they're twisting his words, should I say? Okay. And then the mayor of New York, he's another one that they call him a sellout, and they've twisted his words. So I try to catch press conferences live so that I can hear their words for myself. There's not enough time in a day for me to do that, but I try my very best to hear the words coming out of their mouth when it's a live press briefing. Okay, because yeah, you know what? You do get the channels that clip stuff and put stuff together, and they tried to make this person look so bad, basically what they did with Charlie. All right, and it's really not like that.
If you believe Charlie Kirk was a racist, it's evident that your opinion was formed through 30-second out-of-context clips pushed by an algorithm meant to enrage you and further the racial divide between black and white people. But as somebody who's seen Charlie Kirk live and watched many of his college debates all the way through, I can tell you with 100% certainty, every black person that came to the microphone was met with respect, was met with dignity, and was welcomed and given a platform to engage in cordial civil discourse about their disagreements. A lot of the conversations revolved around DEI, and no matter where the conversation went, by the end of it, Charlie Kirk would tell every single black person, you are smart, you are competent, and you are capable. You can do anything a white person or an Asian person can do. You can succeed on your own merits and don't need the bar artificially lowered because of your skin color.
Exactly. And this is something that was dragged and twisted among most of the left. Okay, I'm not going to say all of them, but most of them. All right. Oh, Charlie is a racist because he was against DEI. Pay attention to what this man Brandon is about to say, y'all. Okay, because he explains it. There's no better way to explain it. All right. And it's just like, I was trying to find the words. And then when I heard him talk about it, because I read I got a notification and I read his title. I was like, let me listen to what he has to say. Because I really didn't think he was going to say anything, but he did. And please open your ears and listen to what this man is about to say.
DEI is a racist policy that implies that black people aren't capable of succeeding at the same rates as whites or as Asians, and therefore must have some lower set of standards. Black women have historically been the victim of being told, you're beautiful for a black woman, and they are aware that's an offensive, racist, backhanded compliment that implies you're not even in the same league of beauty as white women, but hey, for a black person, you're pretty good. But
exactly. So where is the outrage in that? Okay? Because I've even heard it. Oh, you're pretty for a Puerto Rican. Or not even. You're pretty for a Mexican. And I'm like, bro, I am not Mexican. Stop calling me Mexican.
we refuse to acknowledge that that's exactly what DEI is for Black competence and intelligence. Michelle Obama, Joy Reid, Ketanji Brown Jackson, Sheila Jackson Lee bragged about getting to where they were because of affirmative action, bragged about being admitted into merit-based institutions, not because of their qualifications, but because of their race and their gender. What I find ironic about Black people is we'll take such offense to being called a DEI hire, but then we'll boycott Target for removing their DEI policies. So which one is it? Is it a program you're proud of because it allows Black people to get ahead by lowering the barrier to entry? Or is it an offensive
For real, like you can't have it both ways, y'all. All right? You cannot have it both ways.
insult that implies that you weren't competent enough to succeed on your own merits? It's like when women would call Lizzo beautiful, but then take offense at being told they look like Lizzo. People called Charlie.
Wow. Did you hear this man? This man is dropping facts. Okay? Like, how can you celebrate someone someone like Lizzo? And when I say someone, I mean, big and beautiful. Okay? Because let me tell you, there is big and beautiful, and there's big and ugly. And a lot of us know the difference. Okay.
Charlie Kirk racist because he told Black people to dream big, because there's nothing in this world that they cannot accomplish, that they are not second-class citizens. There is nothing systemic holding them back, and that they can be successful just like white people. But the prevailing narrative is because he didn't see Black people as second-class citizens, that's what made him racist. How is it okay for Michelle Obama and the rest of them to brag about becoming successful because their bar was lowered based on irrelevant, immutable characteristics? And when Charlie Kirk points out that that means they took the spot from someone else who was objectively more qualified, now all of a sudden he hates Black women. You can't advocate for policies that systemically benefit women and minorities and disadvantage men and white people, and then claim to be oppressed by white men. What you want is systemic superiority while also being able to claim victimhood status. You can't celebrate a system that gives a lower standard to Black people and a much higher standard to other people, and then be mad when people don't know if you got in based on the normal standards or the racist lower Black standard.
Exactly. Because you know what? I don't like flying on planes. Like, I don't like being on planes. I don't like being next to planes. Okay? But if I were to have to get on the plane, I'm sorry, but I don't want a DEI hire. All right? I want a pilot that scored 100% all across the board. Why? Because in case of an emergency, they don't get nervous, and they won't do anything stupid to have my life ended. All right? Like, it's common sense. All right? Those of y'all that have younger kids, babies, or grandchildren, babies, whatever, right? I say babies because, and I'm talking about the babies that can't talk. Even the kids that have autism. All right? A lot of them cannot express what's happening to them if they are in a daycare center or they're being taken to a babysitter, right? You would want the babysitter that has gone to CPR training, all right, who has had experience, all right. You're not going to pick a babysitter. You're not going to leave your child with someone because of their skin color, and because a lot of us aren't blessed to have family that live down the block, all right. My family lives in a different state, all right, and you know what? I don't trust anyone with my kids, and my kids. I've always been like that. All right. I don't have babies, but you know what? If I do, but because there was a point where my husband and I were both working, and my two little ones weren't of school age, we had to get a babysitter, but she came highly recommended. Okay. And not only that, but because I took my husband's friend's word for it, You know what I did? I never told her that I was on my way to her. Okay? My boss would let me leave early. On those days, I went straight to go get my girls, and I did a lot of pop-ups, you know? So, yeah, I'm going to be checking, and I'm going to make sure that the people who surround my kids, or who's driving the car that I'm in, or who's serving me food or whatever, is top notch. Like, we're all like that, and we just don't want to admit to it.
Charlie Kirk never claimed black women were inherently dumb or incapable. He just acknowledged the reality that these women proudly proclaimed. Charlie Kirk said if he sees a black pilot, he's not sure whether they're qualified or not. Well, that is totally the fault of United Airlines, who publicly stated that their mission was to make 40% of all of their hires minorities and women. If they just simply said, at United Airlines, we're committed to hiring the most high quality pilots who will get you where you want to go safely and on time, no one would even think twice if the cockpit had black people in there. And he even said these arbitrary racist hiring quotas might be okay in the HR department. Hell, they might be fine in the marketing department. But you're talking about pilots, people in charge of the lives of hundreds, flying through the air at 30,000 feet, going 500 miles per hour. The quality of pilots have life or death implications and should not be turned into some social justice project, because people stop caring about political correctness, insensitivity, and niceties when their lives are on the line. And how can you blame them? It's not like we don't know what groups of people aren't having the bar lowered for them and what groups of people are. And you can't expect society to just pretend like that doesn't exist when it comes to something as important as flying on a plane. Black people shouldn't be mad at Charlie Kirk. Black people should hate the Democrats for instituting and perpetuating a racist policy that strips them of their sense of achievement and forces everybody to question the legitimacy of their accomplishment.
Exactly. That's like a soldier. Okay? You go to basic, and you bust your ass to become a soldier. And in order to move through the ranks, you have to go to school, you have to outperform your colleagues, and you know because they want to bring women in it, which I said I don't have a problem with women being in the military or in any type of law enforcement, because you do have badass women that can do what a man can do, okay? But not all of them. All right? Not all of them. And it's something that I always looked at, like when my husband was deployed. All right? I rather have a male, as I rather have should I say, I'd rather him have a male as a battle buddy, okay, than a female. Because you know what? God forbid they go into a mission. They go on a mission and they're taking heavy fire, and God forbid, God bless him, my husband goes down. Like, I don't think a woman is going to be able to grab my husband and pull him to safety. All right. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, I may be speaking on my ass, because you know what? I know if I need to get my husband out of the crossfire, I'm going to I'm gonna become like Shira or something and pull him to safety. But that's because that's my husband. I don't want anything else to happen to him. So I'm going to use everything in my force, my ability to pull him out of danger. All right. Where you're going to have these young girls that are like, oh no, I might break a nail, or, oh no, I'm going to take cover because I don't want to get hit either. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, it's all in the training. Okay. And I don't think because I'm Puerto Rican, or if there's a black person, because you want to bring in minorities, that they should get first dibs on these important positions. Because it's not, a lot of bad things can happen. And they're not thinking like that. Like, you bust your ass to do so much. You go to school, you put all this money, into your career, into your education, whatever it is, and then for them to just come out and give it to the next person because of the color of their skin. And yeah, I get it. Back in the days, yes, You had these companies that hired a light-skinned person before they will hire a dark-skinned person. I get the whole racism part of what was happening back in the days, but that's not what this is. That's not what DEI is. Okay?
The entire concept of white privilege implies that black people are second-class citizens. And that's not a Republican ideology. That's not a Charlie Kirk ideology. That's a left-wing Democrat ideology. I've had white liberals tell me to my face, thinking that they're being compassionate and sympathetic with black plight, that they have advantages that I don't, that they can do things that I can't, that there are opportunities afforded to them that aren't to me, that there are places they can go that I can't, all because of the color of my skin. And I find it racist. I find it offensive. I refuse to believe it. And what I've been able to accomplish in my 29 years of life is proof that that isn't the case. But they'll argue vehemently why I'm wrong, why they're right. And I always have to point out to them, look what's happening here. You are a white person berating me because I don't believe that I'm less than you. Why I don't subscribe to the belief that my skin color makes me second class to you. What makes you different from a racist 100 years ago who held the exact same beliefs about black people?
Boom. Exactly. Exactly, Brandon. Woohoo!
Barack Obama was elected president as a Democrat twice, and Democrats will still turn around and look black people dead in their eyes and tell them there are things they can't accomplish in America. But Charlie Kirk's the racist for saying the opposite of that. Charlie Kirk's the bad guy for refusing to see you as less than him. Make that make sense. And if you're still a believer in arbitrary racial hiring quotas, then let me ask you, would you be okay with the NBA that's 70 to 75% black restricting the amount of black people that are allowed to be in the league so it's more representative of the overall demographic? I mean, black people are only 13% of the population. Why not cap it at 39%? That's still 3 times representation. 45% have to be white, 5% Asian, 5% Hispanic, 5% Indian. Do you think that's fair? Do you think that's equitable? Do you think that's just? Or do you acknowledge that the racial makeup of the NBA is what it is because it's purely a meritocracy? That's why we love sports, because it doesn't matter what race you are. It just matters, are you good or not?
Exactly. It just matters if you're good or not. Okay? That's a lot of money in sports.
Hell, if there was some woman built like LeBron James and could do everything he could do and also shoot like Steph Curry, she would be the greatest NBA player of all time because there are no arbitrary restrictions. It's simply merit-based. And ask yourself, if the NBA did institute arbitrary hiring quotas, what would happen to the quality of the NBA? It would absolutely tank and it would go broke, because people like spending their money on excellence. And if you can acknowledge that would lower the quality of the NBA, then you also have to acknowledge it will lower the quality of our institutions at large. And that's the other massive problem with DEI. It doesn't just strip people of the legitimate feeling of achievement. It dilutes the quality of our institutions at large. Charlie Kirk said the black community was better in the 1940s than it is now. And I agree with them. And while that comment coming from Charlie Kirk may trigger black people, they know it's true also. There's a cartoon called The Boondocks that's made by black people for a black audience. And there's an episode where Martin Luther King comes back and he's absolutely disgusted at the current state of black culture.
King looked out on his people and saw they were in great need. So he did what all great leaders do. He told them the truth.
Will you ignorant please shut the hell up?
He just said what I think he said.
Is this it? This is what I got all those ass whoopings for? I had a dream once. It was a dream that little black boys and little black girls would drink from the river of prosperity, freed from the thirst of oppression. But lo and behold, some 4 decades later, what have I found but a bunch of trifling, shiftless, good-for-nothing.
And this is a show made by black people.
And y'all, don't come for me, okay? Yeah, he did show it. All right, it's a cartoon, right? Made by black people, okay? And there's in that little clip that he showed, there's truth to it, and because they want to hate Trump, they want to hate the white man so much, they don't want to admit that if Martin Luther King was to come back, okay, that's exactly what he would think. All right. And they made it a little funny, like, oh, is this why, is this what I got my ass whooping for and all that stuff? It's a little morbid humor in it, but it's the truth. It's the truth.
There's no white supremacy involved with that. It's because we're all aware that the black community then had much higher moral character. We were a united community. We were not killing each other the way we do today. We were respectable, dignified, God-fearing two-parent household people. The rate of black children born into two-parent households was equal, if not higher, than white families. Let me hit you with an uncomfortable stat. In 1830, white people had 60 times the wealth of black people. By 1910, that was down to 10 to 1. By 1950, 8 to 1. And in the 70 years since, after the magical Civil Rights Act, it's only down to 6 to 1. Black people were doing it. We were a self-sufficient, hardworking, industrious people. We rejected degeneracy. We prioritized intelligence. And people will say, well, after the Civil Rights Act, we still faced redlining and not getting loans from banks and gerrymandering. I'm sorry, do you not think that the black people pre-civil rights also faced those same problems? And even worse, pre-Civil Rights Act, it was legal to discriminate against black people. And they still got it done. People like to talk about Black Wall Street in the 1920s. What about Madam C.J. Walker, a black woman who was actually the first woman millionaire in America? And it would be intellectually dishonest to claim that the systemic racism black people faced post-civil rights was somehow worse than what they faced pre-civil rights. I don't think the Civil Rights Act was bad. I'm specifically talking about the culture pre-civil rights and post-civil rights. The Democrats gave black people the Civil Rights Act and subsequently embarked on a 60-year orchestrated campaign to destroy the black community and make them permanent government welfare dependents. The Democrats' goal...
Boom. Now, you guys know that I'm in my early 40s, right? And I will speak on this. Okay, my parents were Democrats. They voted for the Democrats back then. Because they felt that the Democratic Party took care of the poor people. Okay? When the whole Section 8 thing came out, my mom actually applied for it, and because it was like brand new, she was accepted. And back then, I didn't understand what was happening when it came to the government, like the Section 8 vouchers, right? I didn't understand any of it. I just went with the flow. And there would be a certain time in the year where my dad had to leave the house because some person was coming over to quote unquote inspect the apartment that we were living in. And as an adult, and in all reality, it was a conversation that I was having with Debbie one day. She's the one who actually opened my eyes to what was happening. Okay? So back then, the government said, I know you're poor. I can help you. The only thing is you need to be single. Okay? So that's what happened to a lot of these families. A lot of women with children. They thought it was more important to get help from the government than it was to be in a marriage with kids. All right? The family thing. They thought it was more important to get Section 8 housing vouchers or living in the projects or getting food stamps. And like I said, I'm not knocking anyone. Okay? I'm not knocking anyone. If you need it, you go for it. Okay? But and I'm gonna say it, yeah. My parents were defrauding the system. Or should I say frauding the system? Okay. And I really wasn't aware of it until, like I said, I was having a conversation with Debbie and I was like, yo, that's why my parents did what they did when it came to the whole Section 8 thing. And it's and that's where it all started. Because, the women thought that, you know what, I'm moving up in my life or whatever. I'm getting help by the government because I don't have a man in the family. So what happens? They don't They don't want to go out to work. They want to have all these kids. And I know, time has changed and Trump has changed a lot of the things when it comes to like Section 8 and food stamps and stuff. But back in the days, that was the mindset that the Democrats put out there. Okay. And who knows? I mean, if they came up with, when they came up with these programs, it was to help the less fortunate and the poor people, right? But it was also an incentive to, hey, you know what? Have all these kids, don't get married, all right? You have to become the leader of the household. And that took away what the people before that, their parents and their grandparents and stuff, what they instilled. Like my mom, even though she was doing what she was doing with my dad, she was still with him. Okay? And she instilled in me, like, once you open your legs, you lay down with a man, that's the man you're supposed to stay with for the rest of your life, especially if you have children with that man. Okay? And that's exactly what I did. My mom went through hell when it came to my dad. I told you guys before about how my dad was a womanizer, and we used to call him Pimp Daddy and stuff. But that's how I was taught. Even into my adulthood, I was taught that you stick with the man that you have your children with. Okay. And it got to the point where I was like, no, my sanity and my health is going to have to, I'm going to have to think about that. Okay. Before anything else. But it's true what Brandon is saying right now. It's like a lot of these women now, because they saw what their mom was doing. Hey, my dad left. He wasn't around. I don't need no man. If my mom did it, I could do it too. Not realizing that that's exactly what some of the government wants. They want you to be dependent on them. All right. But if you go to school or you go to a trade school and you get a career or you get a good job, you don't have to worry about dependent on the government. Okay. Because my mom, she used to go, it used to be a headache. She had to recertify. There was so much stuff that I saw that she had to do. And, I was just like, dang, that's a lot. Like, the government is really like in your life when you're on government assistance, and it's just crazy, man. Let's see. Debbie says, I wonder why they quit doing that anymore. Now everyone gets a check without question. Vestiges says, it is like that for food stamps. Single female gets more than a single male. Female gets even more if they have kids. Yeah, Vestiges. And that's why, like I said, this administration, he's if you're able bodied, like that's very important. Okay. If you can get out there and work, you're going to have to work for your benefits. All right. Debbie says, in the 40s and 50s, all people could afford houses and cars. They came in the 60s and then came in the 60s and 70s. Prices jumped just like now. It became and still is impossible to own anything. That's called the government. Yep. And inflation. Exactly. Brenda says, my husband's shop burned down and it was months before he would get paid. We applied for food stamps. They gave us $8. I told them, never mind, that won't buy formula for my baby. Oh my goodness, Brenda, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's crazy. And I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, at one point when I was in my previous relationship, yeah, I was on food stamps. I got the whole WIC thing when it came to the kids, and when my dad passed away, he left me some stuff too, and it's just like I'm not going to sit here and shame you for getting on government assistance, because you know what, there's times where we do need the help, but it's just that it's help, it's temporary help. You shouldn't live off of it your whole life. And then because what that shows you're showing your kids that it's okay to live off of everyone else, you know? And it's not right because you do have these hardworking people paying these taxes and putting money into the system, and all these women were doing, because they're not doing it anymore, but what they were doing was having babies and not worrying about going out there and getting a job and showing their kids that, what, hey, it's not all about being on government assistance. you know you can pay your bills and live how you want, uh just as long as you work and whatever. It's just, and like I said, I know it's hard, y'all. I'm not gonna knock anyone who's on assistance, but it shouldn't be forever unless you're disabled, of course, and you can't work. Yeah, I get that part. But even if you can't work, like, you can always take up a class or two. Like, I know the government even pays for that. Like, if you get food stamps or some type of government assistance, money or whatever, they want you to go out there and look for work and find a job, but they actually help you, with your education as well. Heck, even when I was working at the dealership, I didn't even know that the welfare system out here, I don't know about any other state, but in Pennsylvania, they actually would send a voucher to the dealership, for any, like, of course it was limited, but for, like, if we needed, if the recipient needed some type of work in order to pass inspection, right? Because we have the safety and the emissions inspection out here. And if they needed their brakes changed or whatever it was, there was several women that would come in and be like, "Hey, can I just get a printout of what I need? I can take it to my worker." And I'm like, "What?" Like, I didn't even know you could do that. And that's how I learned about it, because the women's worker would actually call the shop and ask me questions, and I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I looked at her vehicle and she does need brake pads and rotors and whatnot in order to, pass the inspection." And then they would look at the prices in our area of those things, like labor costs and parts, and they would send us the check to cover that the woman's bill, basically. And I'm like, dang, that's crazy. That's how I found out about that. Brenda Chick says, my husband started working side jobs just for food. Oh my goodness, Brenda. I'm so sorry. That must have been such a tough time. Debbie says, assistant was like unemployment, temporary help. Now it's generational. Now it's a generational way to live. Yeah, exactly. Vestiges. Right after I got custody of my kids, food stamp was going to give me $14. What? Are you serious, Vestiges? Dang, that's crazy. I know. And like I said, I don't think it's now, but before, I know this one girl, she was she was in housing, and she had, like, how many kids did she have? I think she had 3, and then she had twins. And I mean, she was rolling in assistance, and I looked at her, and she had, like, this a new car, and she always was blinged out. Her nails was always done, and her hair was always done. And I'm like, dang, let me find out where you working at. And she used to tell me, "No, I ain't working. I ain't working." And I'm like, okay, then you must be doing something else, because you need money to pay for all those things. But I found out that it was just some certain things that she was doing, and I'm like, that's not cool. I don't want to get caught up in that. I don't know anything. You didn't tell me anything. Vestages says that was back in 2004. Yeah, that's crazy. Brenda says, I am disabled. I get survivor's benefits. Can't get food stamps. Wow. That's so crazy. Like, I just wish the system would change for the elderly, and for, like, the people who can't work. And because it's just like, you can claim, like, you have anxiety and all this stuff, and just go into the freaking social security office and claim SSI. Like, I know they change stuff now. Like, now you actually need doctor documents and all this stuff. But it's just like back in the days, it was just so easy for people to get on government assistance. And then it's unfortunate because a lot of them, like I said, including my parents, frauded the system. And when we actually need them now, we have to jump through hoops of fire in order to get any type of assistance.
Was to stifle the self-sufficient growth of the Black community. Wave free money in their face and say, we'll pay for your housing, we'll pay for your food. But the caveat is you have to remove the man from your home. And as a cherry on top, the more kids you have, the more free welfare will give you. We should have seen the playbook from a mile away. And now Black people are talking about they want reparations. Did you already forget what free government money did to the Black community over the last 60 years? Of course you forgot. The same way you forgot that Democrats were the party of slavery. Democrats were the party of the KKK. Democrats were the party of Jim Crow. But hey,
oh crap, I pressed the wrong thing.
All right, things are getting a little bit strange.
Crap. That's what I get for
playbook from a
touching buttons. But yeah, you hear that? You hear what this man is saying? Okay? How did we forget that the Democratic Party was the party of what? They supported slavery. Okay? Everything that has gone wrong, not everything, I'm lying, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm speaking out my ass. Not everything. A lot of the stuff that has gone wrong in this country has come from that side. And I will say Republicans aren't innocent. They've done their slink shit too, okay? But it's true. Like, they get you dependent on them. You have to do everything they say in order to continue receiving these types of assistance, and they make it look so good. Because, like I said, this one female, and I've seen a few others. They're like, they got the latest Gucci bags, and they're going on vacations and all this stuff. And I'm like, dang, that's crazy, because they don't have a man in their house. They have like 5, 6 baby daddies. They're getting child support, government assistance, and they're paying what, like $20, $25 in rent. And like I said, if you need it, go for it. Okay. But you shouldn't take advantage of it. And that's what's happening. They put this free money in your face, and it's like, yeah, you living a little more comfortably is more important than having the father of your children in your house,
mile away. And now Black people are talking about they want reparations. Did you already forget what free government money did to the Black community over the last 60 years? Of course you forgot. The same way you forgot that Democrats were the party of slavery. Democrats were the party of the KKK. Democrats were the party of Jim Crow. But hey, they gave us the Civil Rights Act, so they must be our friends now, right? The Democrats are still the party of slavery. Back then, they needed Black slaves to pick their crops. Today, they need third world slaves to pick their crops. Hollywood, the entertainment industry that promotes and
Woo! He is dropping facts, y'all. How many times have you heard Jasmine Crockett and AOC and how many times have you heard them say, "Oh, but we need immigrants to pick our crops. We need them to clean our toilets and our dishes in the restaurants." Come on, y'all, wake up. Wake up.
Profits off of degeneracy and violence in the Black community. That's not a Republican institution. That's not a Charlie Kirk institution. That's a Democrat institution. Charlie Kirk never said, let's defund the police and pull them out of these high crime areas. Let's appoint soft on crime district attorneys who don't put people in jail, who release them back onto the street, who protect and coddle criminals and allow them to continuously terrorize their communities, which perpetuates poverty in Black neighborhoods because nobody wants to invest there. Charlie Kirk never said, let's litter the Black community with Planned Parenthoods so they can abort all their babies. So now they're killing each other in the streets, they're killing each other in the abortion clinics, and whoever's left will just be poor government dependents. That, my friends, is a
You hear that? Whoever's left. Okay? We're killing each other in the streets. Okay? And I say we because, I am Hispanic. I am the minority. Okay? But it's so true. You have Hispanic on Hispanic, Black on Black, Hispanic on Black, Black on Hispanic. Okay? And yes, you do have the white too. These crimes. All right? We're killing each other. And the main focus is, oh, well, you got these white men out here, you know, shooting up schools and shooting up this and shooting up that. And I'm like, okay, I get that part. When are we gonna talk about the black on black crime or the Hispanic on Hispanic crime? All right, because it starts at home. All right, they're so quick to point out, oh, it's the white man that's doing all of this. Okay, and they want to make it a big deal. All right, but the big deal is down the block, you know, Jamal is shooting up Michael. You understand what I'm saying? Like, come on. You know, you got Juan fighting with Jose in the corner over a drug spot. You know? And it's just like, come on, man. We have to learn to tell the truth. We have to put our hatred for the white man to the side and see what's really going on. It's crazy. It's crazy. Brenda says, okay. Debbie says, Brenda chick, I'm widowed. I get survivor's benefits. I worked for nothing. I had to choose. I couldn't collect both. Brenda says, I've seen people driving nice cars and clothes with food stamps. I can't afford a car. Yeah, it's a shame, to be honest. It's a shame. Vestiges says the cutoff of one person is 1,632. The cutoff for what? For food stamps, Vestiges? I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know if it goes by state, y'all. I don't, I haven't been on food stamps, thank God, for the longest. So I'm not sure of what that amount is. Debbie says, I wonder who's collecting my Social Security, right? Right? Because if you can't freaking, get both checks, like there should be a law against that. Brenda says, I pay $950 in rent. Electric is always $100 or more a month, no matter what. I was gone for a month and my bill was $200. Go figure. What? You better check to make sure no one else is using your electric, girl. That sounds kind of sus to me. Debbie says, what about Democrats saying we have to do mail-in votes because blacks don't own cars and can't get to polling places? I thought the statement was a slap in the face to the black race. Oh, yeah, and if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black? Like, what the? Like, yo, these people tell on themselves all the time. You guys got to listen to what they're saying and what they're doing.
Democrat philosophy. Charlie Kirk told black people to get married, to have babies, to find God, to flourish. Charlie Kirk never said George Floyd deserved to die. Charlie Kirk said that American cities shouldn't have been burnt to the ground over George Floyd's death. White liberals used it as an opportunity to push a divisive narrative that racist police brutality was an existential threat to black people, when every piece of evidence related to George Floyd's death proves that wasn't the case. George Floyd's rap sheet is only significant because it's likely the reason he immediately started resisting arrest when approached by police. And what do you expect to happen when you're resisting arrest? He was saying he couldn't breathe before they even took him to the ground. And while that is something that police have to take serious, it can't be some magical phrase that prompts police to just let you go and take 3 steps backwards. The knee on the back of the neck maneuver was the exact maneuver that the police department told their cops to use. It would be different if we had video footage of the cops pulling up saying, man, I just can't wait to kill this black guy today. And then when they approach George Floyd, he turns around, puts his hands behind his back, and the police officers just take his head and slam it into the brick wall. Then you might have a point that this was a racially motivated act of police brutality. But black people decided to burn down America for it, instead of rioting and protesting about a 3-year-old baby girl who gets shot in a drive.
Exactly, y'all. Exactly. You guys are rioting over criminals. Okay? Criminals. This dude put a gun to a pregnant mother's belly. All right? You guys are glorifying criminals. And then you have this man that's preaching love and the Christian way and family. All right? And let's care for each other. Let's talk this out. You have this man executed in front of people who hated him, in front of people who loved him. All right? For what? For what? Oh, but let's build a monument. Let's build a monument on, for a well-known criminal. Like, make that shit make sense.
By shooting. We've just accepted that violence. In fact, we encourage it through our music. And we get offended when people point that out. How? Black people have voted Democrat at over a 90% rate for the last 60 years. And the black community has become significantly worse. And because the Democrats see that they'll get the black vote, whether they help them out or not, they just completely ignore us and instead prioritize whatever other oppressed group they deem important at the time. Illegal immigrants, transgenders, and then enlist black people in their culture war by saying, well, we're all united against the bad, evil, racist white man. Democrats want to strip black people of their agency to convince them that they can't change their own lives for the better. The government has to solve their problems for them. Charlie Kirk told black people they have the power to change their own circumstances for the better. All they have to do is work hard, make good decisions, and shed this victim mentality that's holding them back. Charlie Kirk empowered black people through accountability, through personal responsibility. But when you're a victim, you thrive on the excuse that the systemic headwinds against you are so strong, there's no chance you can succeed because of this racist boogeyman. And that's what the Democrats want black people to believe. They want them to be mentally enslaved. Charlie talked about the acceptance and the adoption of gang culture being one of the primary things holding black people back. And I guess because it came out of a white man's mouth, we just all got so offended and pretended like it doesn't exist. We're just going to deny that mainstream black music promotes violence and criminality. We're just going to pretend like we don't have an entire term called YNs because we're all keenly.
Yo, and I will say, I will admit, I am definitely guilty of that because I used to listen to rap. You guys that know me on a personal basis know, excuse me, I love Tupac. I mean, I love Biggie. I love, Jay-Z. I'm not going to say I love them as people. I used to listen to their music all the time. All right. And like it or not, but subconsciously that's being stored in the back of your mind. Okay? Your subconscious stores all of that. Just like before you fall asleep. If you're watching a scary movie, not all the time, most of the time, if you're watching something scary before you fall asleep, you're going to have a nightmare. If you're thinking about something negative before you fall asleep, you're going to have a nightmare. Okay? And it's just like, come on, like, I wish more people, and you know what? And there are a lot of Black and Hispanics that are waking up. I'm one of them. All right? I see the lies that the Democratic Party are spewing. I see the lies. All right. And all it takes, like I said, get away from Google. A lot of people are talking about, oh yeah, just chat GPT it. I mean, you can't always depend on AI. You have to dig deep and get answers. All right. Use a different browser. Like most of the time I use Yahoo if I have to search something up. I mean, you guys, you have to teach yourself. You can't be led, all right, into all this hatred because that's what this is at the end of the day. It's hatred. Okay? Debbie says white liberals are destroying the families, the people of color. I don't know how people can't see this. Yeah, exactly. Brenda says I am not Black. I can't afford a car. I have to bum ride to the doctor's office. Oh, Brenda, I don't know what state you live in. But sometimes you can get like those access rides. I know they have it in New York and they have it out here in Pennsylvania. I'm not sure if you're able to get something like that. I'm not too sure. But a lot of states have like this 3-number phone call that you can call. Like I know New York has 311, Pennsylvania has, I think it's 711 or something like that. But if you look it up, like you call them and you tell them what your issue is, they can give you like phone numbers for you to call. Maybe like a local church or something, or like some type of assistance that you can get as well. You just have to do the legwork. Debbie says they are writing because they are told to. It's time people stand up and say, I see what you're doing, and I'm saying no. Exactly. Amen. Wisconsin Mama, welcome in. Wisconsin Mama says Americans need to take back America. Murder, what is that? Murderopolis? Oh, Minneapolis is never going to change. 60 shots in a homeless camp Tuesday. Oh my goodness. A few hours later, again, a few miles away. And hello, everyone. You know what? I did hear something about that. I did hear something about the homeless getting shot up or something like that. It's just so sad all the way around. Um, Wisconsin Mama says, "Oh, I can't even George Floyd shame on Minneapolis." Yeah. Debbie says, "How government used George Floyd's death was personal to me. This was during COVID. I lost both my parents and could not have a funeral for them. George Floyd had 3 funerals, right? Oh my goodness, it's so crazy." Wisconsin Mama says Americans are not perfect people. Even the whole world is not. But man, this hate has got to stop. Amen. I agree. Mrs. T, hello. It's so good to see you, my love. Mrs. T says, I moved from one state to another for a surgery I desperately needed. It's not the states, it's how much insurance you have and the down payment you need for the surgeries. Now I can't even qualify for Medicaid. Oh man, Mrs. T, that sucks. That sucks, man. I mean, y'all, we need to start writing to our representatives. Like, we need to start making noise when it comes to like the insurance, like medical insurance and everything that's happening. Like, I can say that, Trump has he's done a lot to take away the assistance that were being given to the illegal immigrants, you know, and they're talking about, they're going to put it back into, into America, and I guess like send out checks or whatever it is that he's talking about, and you have the people who are objecting to it, like, you have the people that are objecting to the military coming into their cities to help with the crime. And it's just like, listen, if you just sit back and you watch what happened in Washington, where people were afraid to put on a pair of earrings or a gold chain. All right. The kids were afraid to wear name brand sneakers, name brand coats and clothes because they were being mugged, they were being robbed. All right. And now look at them. You go and you have these boots on the ground YouTube creators that go and they talk to the people, and there's more pep in their step. You see them with their phones out, they're wearing jewelry, they're wearing, name brand things, and they're like, we're not afraid anymore. We're not afraid anymore. Like a lot of people made sure that they were home before the sun went down because of all the crime that was happening over there. All right. And they're loving it. Okay, there's nothing wrong with letting your police department handle the crime. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're screaming to defund your local police department, and then you see that your crime is going skyrocketing, let's say, all right, you can't complain about that. What do you think is going to happen? You're going to have all these thugs and these criminals running around doing whatever the heck they want to do because there's not enough police officers. All right. So send in the National Guard. All right. Let them help the local PD clean up the streets, and then you know what? They can move on. Because like it or not, National Guard is our brothers and our sisters, our sons and our daughters. All right. National Guard is within the state. Okay. So if you know that you're scared to go outside your house, to go to work, to go to a doctor's appointment, to go shopping, whatever, all right, and it's because your mayor or your governor is not allowing the police to do their work, then you know what? Speak up about it. welcome in the extra help. All right, because once the crime has come to a halt, they will move on. They're not going to be there forever. Okay? And it's just like you guys need to, not you guys in chat, I know, but whoever's listening, like, y'all, open your eyes, you know? Like, open your eyes and see what's going on. Wisconsin Mama says, well, Canada has insurance for all. Why can't America do that? Oh, yeah, because if we did that, the insurance companies can't make mint off us. Well, yeah, I mean, I've gained with a few people from Canada, and they've explained to me that whole insurance thing, and it's they pay into the system. Okay, they pay into the system where everyone gets medical insurance, and it was a few years back that I actually had this conversation, but there's something that they have to do in order to get free medical insurance, and a lot of Canadians don't like it. Gail says, diamonds, we all just need to pray for everyone and let God be in control. Yeah, you know what, Gail? Praying is very important. And yes, you have to let God be in control. However, God tells you that you need to work. Okay? You cannot expect change if you're just sitting on your butt complaining about what's going on in the world. All right? Yeah, it's good to pray and it's good to ask God, for help. The thing is that when God sends the help, you have to be open to receiving that help. And a lot of people are like, oh, I've been praying and nothing's working and blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, hey, if a friend says, oh, you need help, with food, I got you. I'm gonna go buy some food for you. And you're like, no, I don't like taking anything from my friends, or like if a friend wants to send you money or whatever, sometimes it's good to accept that, because that's God is using that person to help you, but at the end of the day, we all have to understand that we have to help ourselves. All right, that's where it starts. Wisconsin Mom says, well, something has to give. Absolutely. Gail says it's in God's timing. Yep. Sure.
Be aware that there are 13, 14, 15-year-olds running around with no regard for human life with switches. We call them crash outs. But when Charlie Kirk says something about it, then it's a problem. Then it's racist. Yes, other races have crime. Yes, other races have bad teenagers. But let's not pretend like the YN epidemic isn't specifically a Black cultural problem. And now
and for those of you that don't understand what he's saying, YN is basically describing young, I don't want, you guys know I don't want to say the N-word, so you guys know exactly what the N-word is, but it's basically explaining like the thug young guys. Just the N-word, okay? So he's not gonna say the whole word, but he says YN. What up, Matthew? Gang, spending time with my dad right now. I'm in the bushes. No doubt. Thanks for coming in, bro.
made it this far, you might be saying, okay, I hear you, but why doesn't Charlie Kirk ever criticize the problems in the white community? Well, he does. Those clips just never made it onto your feed because the algorithm doesn't push them, because it doesn't perpetuate the racial divisiveness that it's supposed to cause. Charlie Kirk talked about the mass shooting problem in the white community. He thought it was a result of a mental health crisis. And you know what his solution was for that? People should find God. People should get married early. People should have kids, and they will find purpose and fulfillment. He talked about the opioid and the fentanyl crisis, which disproportionately affects poor whites. His solution was strong border policy that would stop the flow of these drugs that are killing people and destabilizing poor white communities. He talked about societal degradation in the white community. He blamed feminism, an ideology that has led to now more women being depressed than ever and more men feeling lonely and lack of purpose. And then they turn to these online communities, which end up radicalizing them. He encouraged women to return to their natural role that would bring them the most fulfillment. as a wife, as a mother. That would force men to grow up, to mature, to be dutiful, to be responsible, to be able to have the fulfillment of working hard, of providing for a family that loves you. I'm not here to tell you you even have to like Charlie Kirk. I'm just here to defend the man's character and say he was not a racist. Someone criticizing you doesn't make you racist. Someone telling you hard, uncomfortable truths doesn't make them a racist. Someone pushing you to be better doesn't make them a racist. If you want to disregard what I say, fine. If you want to disregard the tens of thousands of testimonials from other Black people who supported him, who loved him, fine. But just because what he said might have offended you doesn't make you right. I only wanted to give you this perspective because I want people to realize that Charlie advocated for American excellence, no matter what race you were. Charlie told Black people they weren't victims. They weren't second-class citizens. They weren't lesser than him. There was nothing in this world a Black person couldn't achieve if they set their minds to it. And maybe, just maybe, it's the Democrats, the party that proclaims white privilege exists and Black people are less than whites, the party that believes Black people can't achieve on their own merit and need a lower set of standards because they aren't competent enough, who believe criminality and degeneracy are just natural parts of Black culture and therefore can't be critiqued, are actually the racist ones that you should be mad at. But let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below. If you enjoyed the video, make sure you hit that.
So yeah, make sure you sub up to him and give him those likes. I'm gonna put his channel link in the chat. And I want to bring up some TikTok. Let's see. First, I gotta bring it over here. All right. So this next person that I'm gonna show you guys, his, how can I share his link? Hold on. Dang, I don't know how to share. Let's see. Maybe like this. All right, I'm gonna put this link in the chat. And this is hopefully it'll take you to his page. But yeah, Daniel speaks up. Let's show him real quick. Oh boy. Chrome. Here we go. All right, so he is funny as heck, y'all. Let me tell you that first and foremost. He is funny. He is gay, all right, and he is a conservative, all right, and there are several videos that I want to show you. This is the first one.
But Daniel, Charlie Kirk, he hated the gays. Hello. Well, you know, since we're kind of uneducated here, did you ever see this clip?
Invited a drag queen to come to any Turning Point USA event. I was at Politicon, and an individual by the name of Lady Maga came up, and I took a picture, and she walked away. Secondly, let me ask you a question. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
So are you a proud Trump supporter?
Of course.
So are you sickened that he had a gay man speak at his convention?
Yes.
Then you're not a Trump supporter, my friend. Thank you very much.
So this is how I know Charlie Kirk. Do you know what I'm saying? This is the Charlie Kirk I know. So before you go picking and choosing what you want to hear, what you want to see, okay, do your research, do good research, and not just the research that, you know, you want to do. Context matters, especially in this kind of conversation. Context matters. And just do a little bit more research. That's all. Very easy.
Amen.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And here he is.
Speak louder. That was confirmation. Speak louder. That was confirmation. Speak louder.
Hello.
Speak louder.
Start from the beginning. What's going on?
Speak louder. That was confirmation for me.
What is going on?
I know. Mm-hmm. Speak louder. That was confirmation for me.
Okay.
I know. Mm-hmm.
So for some reason, I'm trying to get it to start from the beginning.
Speak louder. Speak louder. Speak louder.
What the heck?
That was confirmation.
Stop playing games.
And let me tell you, just leaving the Charlie Kirk vigil in Philly, and let me tell you, I'm now knowing that the Republican Party is full of the most inclusive, people, okay? For all of you asking yesterday on TikTok whether I was going to show up in full makeup, I did. This is what the right does. We come together for the greater good. And I said something this morning. I was a little hesitant on coming because I was like, I don't know what to expect. I don't know who's going to be here. I don't know, anything. But then I thought about something that Charlie Kirk said, and he always used to say, never surrender. And that's what we did. We're never going to surrender. And this guy that did this to him, kind of like what Erica Kirk said, you have no idea what you guys just started, because now's the time we're going to speak louder. That was confirmation for me. I know. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, y'all. I mean, come on. You have a gay Trump supporter. All right? And a lot of people are like, wow, I cannot believe that you're gay and you're a Trump supporter. Like he wears Make America Great Again hat. And he gets ridiculed. All right? And it's just like, come on. We're not, or should I say, I'm not asking you to leave your party. Okay? You can stay as a Democrat. The thing is that before you jump on the hate train, look up exactly what's being said. Like Daniel said, do your own research. Okay? Like, don't hate someone because of what someone else has said about them, especially in the political world. All right? Like, everyone has their flaws. All right? Again, I'm going to say no one is perfect. I know it's like a broken record, but yeah. Like no one is perfect. And the next thing I want to show you guys is, actually, what I wanted to do was talk about these text messages. Okay? So, there's been a bit of a controversy when it comes to these text messages. All right? And for the most part, what I've been hearing is that is not how a 22-year-old texts. Okay? And while I may agree on that, I think it depends on the person. All right? Because my kids, I'm going to use them as an example. My older kids especially, they started texting me with the IDK and the IDEK and the BRB and all this other stuff, like shortening their responses to me, right? And I always told them, don't text me that way. You may talk to your friends that way, but when you text me, you need to use full words. And it wasn't because I wasn't understanding what they were saying. I mean, it's common sense. IDK means I don't know. I get that part, okay? But the thing is that while they're growing up, I didn't want them to get comfortable in typing that way. Okay? And not only that, but God forbid something was to happen, and we've all listened to the true crime stories where one of the kids, I guess they get murdered or whatever, and the friends take their phone and pretend to be them, and like it's something that I always think about. And I'm like, no. Like my daughter, my oldest, she texted me, this is a few months ago, she texted me, and I'm like, wait, this doesn't sound like my daughter, because my daughter knows that I don't like the abbreviations. If you're going to text it to me, either use your mic, all right, to text, and you're gonna talk the correct way, or I'm not gonna respond. That's how I am. you know? So she was using abbreviations and she said something, and I was like, wait a minute, this is not my daughter because she knows not to text me this way. So what I did was I ended up calling her, and I called her several times, and I was already freaking out because she wasn't picking up. And finally when she calls me back, I'm like, uh was that you that just texted me? And she was like, yeah, mom, it's just that, I was getting ready to get into the car, and I didn't want to write out a whole sentence, so I abbreviated everything. And I was like, girl, don't do that. Do not do that, because I was freaking out thinking something happened to you and somebody has your phone and blah 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 blah. So I say that because I'm teaching my girls the same thing. You know, they'll they have to, because I put them into this program now that it's like, it helps me, how should I say, with their homeschooling, right? So they have tutors and a teacher now, right? But it's all online, which I'm loving it, y'all. We're getting used to it. Okay. Anyway, so I've noticed that, they were typing with abbreviations or whatever you call it, like, and I'm like, listen, you don't talk to your teacher like that. You're going to type out your whole sentence, all right? Use proper grammar and punctuation, and they hate me for it. Okay, because it's like, oh, it's too long and we just want to get our point across. And I'm like, no, because you're gonna get used to that. And when you have to give in like a research paper or anything that has to do with school, that's how you're going to submit it. All right. And I've always told them, when you're going to answer a question, you're going to answer the question with the question in your answer. And they hate it. But you know what? That's just the way I teach them. All right. And I may be wrong for it, but that's just how I am. Okay. And there's a lot of people like Candace and Cinema Shogun and several others. They're saying that the text messages look a little suspicious. Now Candace has her own reasoning behind it. Okay, she has, she has her beef with Israel. I don't want to get into that. But I do see where they're coming from. Okay. Um but I also want to say that Tyler is very intelligent. All right. Perhaps his parents are the same way as I am, and he's just got used to writing out his words. I mean, he didn't do it all the time, but he probably got used to it. Perhaps some of the texts were talk to text. Who knows? There's been rumors that he was actually the emoji king, like he used emojis for everything. Now, maybe they just decided to keep the emojis out of the press conference. I don't know. All right. But what I do know is that I'm going to let law enforcement do their job. All right. And another thing that I was hearing people say is like, oh, why is Cash, why does he want to take, why does he want to be recognized for bringing down Tyler or, catching him when it was his parents who gave him up? Yeah, you're right. His parents did give him up. But if it wasn't for Cash and the local law enforcement putting out the images, all right, how would his parents know to question their son? Okay, so it's like people want to read into, oh, Cash, you had nothing to do with this. It was his parents who gave him up, and blah 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 blah. But how would we know what the shooter looked like if Cash and them didn't put out his the image of in the video? I mean, come on. You guys want to look for any little thing to argue all right, with the FBI and the Trump administration. Like, make it make sense. Obviously, it's because they had to put it out for, like they do any other case. If they see someone on camera, they're going to release it. And that's when, people call in like, oh, I know that person. Like, that's my brother, or that's my friend or whatever. That's Joe from down the block. Okay. And it's just like, come on. You guys pick and pick and pick. And it's just like, it's obvious what y'all are doing. Okay. And yeah. Mrs. C, hold on, let me take this down real quick. I put it as an overlay. Hold on, let me scroll back up. Mrs. T says, have y'all seen Obama lately? He's missing his adrenals. Oh, Mrs. T. All right, Debbie says, this man knows that the majority of America does not care what color, sexuality, etc. you are. People need to wake up to where this is all coming from. And in my opinion, it's not the people. Brenda says, never cared for Obama, but I am not a political kind of person. My three sons says, his what at Miss C? He's looking old. No, he's my three sons, all I'm gonna say is Obama's wife is kind of, you know what, I'm not even gonna say it. Miss T, you explain it. I'm not even gonna go there. Debbie says Robinson's boyfriend is dressed as a furry in this picture. Another form of mental illness. We are not cats and dogs. I think this stuff is insane. And you know what, Debbie, I can't agree with that. Okay. And at the end of the day, if you want to use the cat litter box and you want to dress up as furries because it gets you in the mood or whatever, I say whatever floats your boat. However, if you're teaching this to children, all right, where that they're like, what do you call those birds? The birds that always copy off of you or whatever. It's not coming to my mind right now. But children absorb so much. All right. And of course, they're going to see and learn from their parents. Whoever's in their household, let's just put it that way. All right. And then what happens is when they go to school, they're absorbing what the teacher is teaching them and learning what their classmates are doing. All right. So if you're an adult and you want to do some freaky stuff like that, that's on you. All right. I mean, there's role play, okay, in relationships. I'm not gonna lie. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't see anything wrong with that. I'm not gonna dress up as a skunk or a rabbit or whatever. Like I'll probably put on like a little waitress outfit or like wear my husband's helmet and stuff like that. But yeah, you're not gonna see me dressing up like that because I'm like, bro, it is kind of weird. But to each his own. Mrs. T says, I had heard about the furries a few years back when one YouTuber was claiming another one was. Yeah, and like I said, to each his own. If you want to live like that, it is what it is. Okay? But it goes back to what what's his name? What's his name again? I wrote it down. Twigs, right? His last name is Twigs. It goes back to what his family and his friends have been saying about him or her. Because he's transitioning into a female. And, they said that they had to distance themselves because it got to the point where they were afraid to come around him or like invite him to a family function because he is crazy. They said it. He is crazy. All right. And my thing is, You know, who knows if before he was doing the whole transition, how he was, you know, but I know in order to transition, you need to take meds and hormones that your body doesn't produce, right? And if you're taking female hormones, like females are crazy. Okay, let's all admit it. Like we're all females in here, most of us, right? Like, come on. We're crazy. Not crazy like that, but you know, we get emotional. You understand? Women, we hold grudges. We get upset. We let our emotions get the best of us. Okay? And it's all hormonal, you know? So it's like if you already have a screw loose here and there and you're taking hormones that don't belong into your body, you're the outcome is not good, you know? And let me see. Vestiges says, I'm a cat. No one else has to like it. It is for me and me only. Yeah, Vestiges. And you know what? Vestiges, I know that you see things differently than we do. And like I said, to each his own. I'm not, you know, I look at it like if you so you think of yourself as a cat. Do you use like a cat litter box? Do you like purr and meow like a cat, or is just that just like a sexual thing? I mean, and you're more than welcome to come up and explain it if you want. Just let me know to drop the link in the chat. Um, the thing is that there is, in my opinion, you know, if you're born a dude and you chop off your willy and you take you know, medicine to become a woman, um I feel like, you know, you're not happy with your body. You're not happy with what God created. Okay? And it's, yeah, you know, it's your body, so you can do as you please. Um However, it's something that should be kept away from kids. Okay? That's what I'm going to say about it, you know. Um and because a lot of us in here are like religious, you know, there's we look at ourselves as like, you know, oh, God created us, you know, we shouldn't want to change our bodies. And you know, I don't think that I'm trying to insult you in any way, because you know, I don't have anything against gays or trans genders or anything. um I have very close friends that are gay. Okay? And you know what? I'm going to be a little transparent with you guys today as well. Um my oldest daughter, she was boy crazy at one point in her life, before she even became an adult. I believe she was, you know, she started to like boys when that when she be when that time of the month came. You know, I don't want to gross anybody out. So the very first time she you know, she she got her little friend, um she noticed her body was changing, her feelings were changing, and she I had her going to a public school. And you know, I'm the type of parent that, you know, call me nosy, call me a helicopter mom, call me overprotective, whatever the heck you want to call me. But I went through her stuff, I would go through her phone. I wanted to meet her friends' parents. You know, I was that parent, okay? And when I say she was boy crazy, I mean she was boy crazy. She was like, you know, I like Dennis. I like Chad. I like this person. He's cute. He's this. He's that. I'm like, okay, you know, you can like them. I mean, I'm not gonna knock you for that. You know, um, you can be attracted to them. You know, just you will not be alone with them. Don't ask me to go out with them on a friendly date or a date until, you know, you're of proper age. And that's how I am, right? So um her dad and I, we split, and she decided to go stay with her dad, where she was allowed to do a lot of things that little girls shouldn't be doing. Um, you know, I didn't smoke weed. I didn't do drugs. Um, her dad allowed her to smoke weed. Um, I believe she said she actually had started smoking cigarettes. And it was basically a party every weekend in her father's house. And of course, he was the cool parent because he let her do whatever she wanted, right? And I wasn't going to change my way of seeing things and raising my kids because I wanted to be the cool parent. All right. And that was a major problem. So one day she came to me and she straight up told me that she was gay. And I'm like, wait, you're gay as in you like another female? And she's like, yeah, duh, mom. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I want to meet this female, right? So she brought the female over to the house. That female, at that moment, I welcomed her into my house, and she was like one of my kids. Okay, I loved her. She was funny. She was smart. She made my daughter happy. And I told them, I was like, look, you guys are a little too young to be in like a committed relationship. All right. But in her teen years, they got very, very close, to the point where, yeah, they started dating and that was her girlfriend. They were girlfriend and girlfriend. And I got questioned all the time on it. Like, how is it that you can preach to your kids about God and say that you're, this Christian slash Catholic woman, and allow your daughter to have a girlfriend, you know? And I said, because I love her. And I've grown to love her girlfriend. All right. It doesn't mean that I accept what they're doing. And I did tell her, whenever you have your girlfriend over at the house, I don't want no crazy stuff. No hanky panky, no, none of that. Nothing under my roof. My roof isn't a motel. I mean, my house isn't a motel, right? And you know how girls are, teenage girls, they love to test your gangster. I tell you that much. My oldest tested my gangster all the freaking time. And I let her be. She had decided that she wanted to go, live with her dad full time. I said, you know what? That's what you want to do? No problem. That's your father. Okay? That is your father. You want to go do that? You go ahead. And several months passed, and she came back to me and she said, "Mom, I'm lost. I'm totally lost. Like, I'm not doing well in school. I'm angry all the time. I don't know what to do with my life, And it was just like, what do you want me to do? You made your decision to go live with your dad. And I look at it like, even though you're not an adult, your dad is the adult. He should be the one that's guiding you while you're in his household. But what is it that you want me to do? Because at this time I had already moved on and I already had a baby. And, I moved on from my ex. And, she was explaining everything to me. So yeah, we were like, you know what? I cannot help you while you're living over there because everything that I'm teaching you is going to be untaught basically. Because you're gonna do whatever you want over there, and it was hard. It was the hardest thing in the world. And we went back and forth and whatever. And then, fast forwarding till today, to today, Um, she she's no longer with that girl. She's not gay anymore. Um, when we did have a conversation, I did tell her, I'm like, look, I noticed a lot of people, because it was male and females in your school, are gay. And I think maybe it's just something that'll pass. I mean, I to the point it was just like everybody was like, yo, there's something in the water because all these kids are liking each other. And what I tried to explain to her was that the love that she has for this one female, um, she was looking at it as, how can I say? She was looking at it in like a further than friends. All right. And I told her, I was like, you can be best friends with a female. You can tell your best friend, dang, you look hot today. I do it all the time. Okay. Especially when I was younger and I was going, to clubs and all that other stuff. My friends would come and pick me up and I'll be like, damn, bitch, look at you. You know what I'm saying? It's there's a line that, I didn't cross because I wasn't attracted to the opposite sex, you know? And my daughter, I felt like she went along with it because everyone else was doing it, you know? Um, but she's not like that anymore. And, I prayed on it. And like I said, from a religious point of view, it does say that Eve was made from Adam, for Adam, however you want to say it. And that's the way certain people look at it, Christian. Um, Now the Bible and God doesn't teach us to hate. Okay. So we can hate the act, but we don't have to hate the person, you know? And that's something that was twisted when it came to Charlie. All right? Because we're how should I say? Because we're teaching you, obviously you want to know, because if you're around someone that is talking about the Bible and talking about God, and you stick around, okay, and because you want to debate with them, or for whatever reason you want to stick around, you are volunteering to hear that person talk about God and talk and preach about the Bible. Okay? And you know, if it wasn't that you just wanted to like fight or argue or whatever, then you would have been gone. All right? It's not like he wasn't trying to push his views on you, just like me. I'm not trying to push my views on anyone. The thing is that, in order to be saved, okay, you have to repent. You have to change your life. You have to knock out a lot of sins from your life, you know? And it's a touchy subject. But like I said, at the end of the day, I did my kids, I did all of them. I taught them about God. I didn't want to force them to church. Um, I didn't want to force God on them because I saw that when they hit their rebellious stages, that whatever I was saying, they wanted to do the opposite of. So I let it rock out and I let them finally make their own mistakes. And then when they made their mistakes, it was, dang, I need to fix this now. Like, I messed up, you know? And like with my younger two, of course we pray. I've had them praying ever since they can put sentences together. They prayed over their food, over their family and their friends and stuff, and they do it to this day. And you know, one of my youngest, she saw a children's Bible in Walmart, and I still remember it like it was yesterday. We were about to check out, and she turns around and she's like, "Hey, mom, look, there's a children's Bible there. Weren't we talking about that?" And I said, "Yes." And I went and I scooped it up, you know? And she came up with the idea, hey, we're done with the children's Bible. We have an understanding now. We're a little older. Can we get into the adult version? And I'm like, yeah. And I would pull out the adult version when we were discussing the children's version, but I just felt that when I bought the children's version, they weren't really ready for a lot of the stuff that was being talked about in the adult version. But now my daughter, my husband and I and mine, our oldest, she'll sit down and she'll read the Bible. And she'll come and she'll ask me questions, and I just, I'm just like, yeah, like if I don't know the answer, I'll be like, listen, mommy, I have to do some research. I don't want to give you the wrong answer. And most of the time, if I don't know anything, I'll go to Daisy or Sailor. Like, hey, so yeah, I was asked this question, and can you like help me explain? Or if I can't get through to them, um, I'll pray to God. Okay, and for some reason, well, not for some reason, because I know He's always listening. Um, he'll show me where to go to get an answer. If it's in the Bible or if it's in the internet or whatever, and then I'll go and I'll explain it to the best of my ability. And then, of course, more questions come out of it, and I'm like, dang, you know. But yeah, it's a tough situation all the way around, and it's just like, bro, if you're sitting in the church and you're listening to the people talk about God and the Bible, it's because you want to be there. All right. Something in your mind, in your body wants to hear what is being said about our Lord, our Savior. All right. You can't deny that. You can't deny it, because if you didn't want to learn more about God, you would just leave. Okay. You would leave the church. You would leave the person, the area where that person is talking about God and preaching and all that other stuff. You would just leave. Okay. And like I said, to each his own. If you're an adult, yeah, you can make your own decision. But don't come and tell me that you have a 12-year-old boy that wants to become a girl, and you go and you make all these accommodations for the mutilation of your child. And then you give them all these medications, and you expect me to be good with it? No. I'm sorry. You know, just like the whole church thing. All right. Who am I to force my mom forced me to go to church? Hell yeah, she would beat my ass if I didn't go with her. Okay? But I'm not doing that with my kids. Okay, with my young ones. All right? If you want to talk about God today, we're going to talk about God today. Okay, if you want to read the Bible, we're going to read the Bible. If you're not in the mood, fine. No problem. But you're still going to pray over your food, and you're still going to pray before you fall asleep. Okay? And guess what? They do it. And like I said, messages if you're still in here. Hey Regina. I love you too, girl. Good to have you in here. Messages if you're still in here. I'm going to drop you a link. Where is my link? Here we go. I'm gonna drop you a link, and you are more than welcome to come up so that we can further this discussion, because I'm very intrigued. Okay, and like I said, I'm not gonna sit here and look at you any differently because you're telling everyone that you consider yourself a cat. No problem. Okay, no problem. Explain it to me so I can understand a little better. All right, and I think he's there. Hold on. Let me stop sharing this real quick so I can, in case you want to share something too. I don't have anything. Hello, are you here?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hold on. I don't see you up the screen.
Yeah.
There you
All right,
go.
cool. No, okay, the whole thing with the furry thing, I don't. People's got to stop with the whole furry is bad. It's been around for thousands of years.
Okay.
The Egyptians used to do it.
Okay, so it just all right. So when you say it, um, can you like elaborate just a little bit more so that we can get a better understanding?
What do you mean?
So when you say it, you said the Egyptians used to do it, right? So what's it like? Dress up as
Used to dress up like that. They used to
okay,
look like dogs. They looked like cats because dogs were protector of their pyramids, their tombs. Cats
yes,
used to do the
you're
same
right.
thing. They used to worship cats.
You're right. Yep, the
So,
Egyptians.
and
You're right.
but it's just here recently furries are bad. When? Since when? What? How? That makes no sense.
Well,
It's because of
it's
someone's fetish, and they want to be who they want to be or be who they are inside. That's such a bad thing.
well, that's what I'm trying to say. So the Egyptians were I really don't know too much about them. Um, do you know what like what category that were they in? Like were they like Christian, Catholic, or or
Oh,
are they
I
religious?
don't. I don't think I've actually looked into that as
Okay.
much.
Okay.
But if you look at ancient art, or
Mhm.
you see where they dig underground and stuff like that, and they're like, oh, look at these drawings that the old Egyptians, there's horsemen, and stuff like that, all drawn on the wall. They
Yeah, and
carved into the stone.
just like the Greek mythology, right? So if
Right.
you if you look if you how can I say? Yeah, because I know what you're talking about. I've seen the pictures of like the men, they're like emperors or kings or whatever, and they have like a cat on like well, it's a dead cat on their head, right? Um,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
their helmet, their headpiece.
exactly,
No,
yeah,
yeah. So it's pretty much the same thing. It's just it involved. We actually have full suits to be that
oh, okay,
what we're claiming that we are.
okay,
But
so
I only did it when I was with somebody. It wasn't like I was going out doing stuff, walking around
why
and
not though?
and uh,
Why wouldn't you do that?
because society is not the way it was way back in the day. Look at what's going on now. Think about it. If everybody that felt like they they're an animal,
Mm.
you think of what happened to them on the street if they was out there doing that.
Oh, I
It,
mean,
it,
I know for a fact that, even gay people before, before they were, I guess, accepted into the society, they were getting murdered, and I get that. You go out to the street wearing a furry costume and it's not Halloween, people are gonna look and mock you. I totally
right.
get that. Mhm.
Right. Yeah. So why why put myself through that? Is
Yeah.
that's my whole thing is all right, I'm with somebody, we're in our own little room thing, it's our
Yeah.
time. Eh, eh, now, uh, maybe you haven't done this. I don't know. I'm saying that when you like lay next to your man and you're curling up to him, and you're like in the mood but he's not really in the mood yet, and you do like into his ear,
Oh,
or you do the whole little growl thing. Rawr. So you're being a furry when you do
so
that.
basically, it's like a kind of like a role play, like you're role playing a little bit?
Right. Yeah, that's
Gotcha.
all it is. That's all it is. That's
See, well,
all
the thing is
furries
that
do.
I can't say all of that because, like, if my man ain't getting ready for work, and even before he gets ready for work, but if, like, we it's always on and popping, let me just put that out there.
Right, but
But I
like
get
I
what you're
said,
saying.
I don't know if you've ever done something like that, but
Yeah.
you might have back when you were little, not little, but
Well,
back
not
when
little,
you
yeah, young.
a
I get what you're saying.
teenager with your boyfriend, you get that in that mood thing, but he's not yet. And,
Yeah.
you, you gotta turn the oven on before you stick the turkey in the oven. So yeah, that's
I
pretty
get
much
it.
all it is. That's pretty much all it is. Now
Now,
there's a female.
can we get a little? Can we get a little personal? Or
Yeah, yeah,
do you mind answering a question or two?
yeah,
Huh? And not
yeah, yeah,
and like
yeah. That's
and like I said, I'm gonna preface my questions with this, okay? Preface
okay.
my
But
questions
just
with
don't
this.
be afraid to ask the question because nothing's gonna
I
be wrong.
I don't want to offend you in any way, okay?
Right.
Um,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
it's I'm intrigued. It's curiosity, and at the same time, it gives us a more understanding of where you're coming from, right?
Right.
So you so on your birth certificate, right? You
Yeah.
were born male or female?
Male.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
No, I'm a gay male. I never said that I was a she. I don't
okay.
go by as she.
Okay. So you're a gay male. Okay. So that means that all right, so are you bi or you're just like straight up gay? I mean,
Uh,
like you're into males.
okay. Let me explain. I've always been gay.
Okay.
Um, but I met someone female and she was pregnant. She was around 7 months pregnant when I met her.
Mhm.
We was hanging out, having a good time. She liked the same music I did. We did all types of stuff together. And then I met the baby's father. They got into a fight because she was hanging out with me, a gay guy. They
Okay.
got into an argument, and he said, "Fine, I don't want to have anything to do with that little bitch that's in your stomach."
Oh, wow.
That pissed me off.
I bet.
So, so uh, a little me and him got into a little fight thing and shit. I don't, and
You were
uh,
defending your friend.
right,
Like,
right, right,
mhm.
right, and plus an unborn child couldn't fight for
Exactly.
itself.
Mhm.
So I, I I got to talking with her. I was like, she needs a father. She needs somebody that's going to take care of her. I'll sign the birth certificate if you want
Oh.
to have a good father in her life. And she was like, okay, yeah. Then we talked it out through my family, through her family, and everybody that her dad, her mom, my mom, not my dad because my dad wasn't around, was all in agreement. My brother was in agreement. Her brother and sister was all in agreements. Uh, it, when it came for the baby being born, I was there in the hospital. I stayed overnight there at the hospital with her,
Oh.
and I signed the birth certificate. And then and this is the best stuff today. We we ended up living together as a couple. She had her friends, and I had my friends. You get where I'm going?
So, like, are you talking about like friends with benefits?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. Well, we was never together, never had done anything with her.
Mhm.
One night, we're all partying. It was a fucked up situation, and she talked me into being um, my Nico, uh, my Layla,
Yes,
and
your
and
character, right?
do what?
Your character.
Yeah, 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 Layla. And so I did it. I put it all on. I was dancing, telling jokes, and everybody was having a blast because she allowed me to be me.
Yeah.
Well, the conversation ended up being that if I've have I ever been with somebody, with a female,
Okay.
and no, I've never done it, never tried it, and she was
So
like,
you've always you've always been attracted to males.
Right, right,
Okay.
right. So she was like, let's try it to see, because you've never done it. We might
You might
drink.
like it, basically.
Right, right. Drinking
Yeah, I
now,
get you.
drunk and being drunk on top of it.
Yeah.
So we did, and
Okay.
I wasn't really into it or anything, but come to find out, I got her pregnant.
Oh,
So
wow.
I ended up having another child on top of the child that wasn't even mine.
Gotcha.
5 years go by, and we get into an argument. She leaves. Indiana is a woman state. Woman state takes child. Women takes child no matter what. So she was able to take both of the children. I was the only one working. She didn't have no job, no vehicle, nowhere to go with the kids. She ended up somehow getting a bus ticket and going to New Mexico.
Oh, wow.
Well, the state comes in and takes the kids. So I had to go down and fight for custody. Well, in the meantime, I had to go through courts, and the courts were all like, "Did you know that I'm going to say my oldest wasn't biologically yours?" Yeah, I knew. I signed the birth certificate. Yeah, I knew the whole time. Yes, and it was like, "And you're okay with this?" Yes, I'm. Yes, that's my child. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's blood mine or not. She's mine.
Yeah.
In my eyes, she's mine.
So you had to. So they asked you for like a what, like a DNA
Yeah,
sample or something?
I had to do DNA test. I had to do FBI
Oh,
background check. I had to do local background check. They had to do a background check there in New Mexico to see if I've ever committed a crime there. All
well,
types. I
that's
went
good. I
through.
mean, it keeps it's the child's safety.
Right, right,
Comes
right.
first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all that crazy shit happens. I fought for custody and I won, and I got my kids,
Wow. Okay.
and they grown up. They're out on their own. They have their own families. They have their own life going on. My oldest one is like me. She's gay. My youngest one, she's she likes anybody.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Well, I mean, I do appreciate you coming up here and explaining. My question was more like, uh, I I I was wondering if you were like transitioning into
Well,
a female.
I wanted to back when right before the child was born,
Okay.
but I I didn't go through with it because of that. I didn't want it. Society back. This was back in '95. Society wasn't ready for the stuff that we see today. Back in '95.
Okay. Okay. I get it.
So it was society being openly gay back in '95 was not a thing. It was not a
Yeah,
thing.
I know.
Just like, okay, uh, um, Queens, Freddie Mercury, he was gay. No one knew it because he didn't show it. Why?
Yeah.
Because all the hatred that he would have got for being gay.
And you know what's even crazy about it? That back then, uh, from what I saw with my own eyes and experience, back then it wasn't even like religious people that were actually doing the hate. Like it
Right,
was just like regular people like that didn't even believe in God would, hate
right,
hate on the gays,
right.
you know? Yeah.
And here's the thing with the whole God thing. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not trying to upset anybody in your chat. Believe me, I love everybody. I love everybody. I even love you, Diamonds.
Yeah, and you know
Uh,
what? We love you too, and you can feel free to speak on it. to say what you need to say.
The whole God thing
Mhm.
is he loves everybody.
Yes,
Doesn't
he does.
matter who you love behind a closed door.
Absolutely, he does love everyone. Absolutely.
So, when that time comes and I'm standing at them gates and I confess my sins, he's not going to turn me away. He doesn't turn people away for the lifestyle that they had back here on earth. We get a
So
whole new start when we get up there.
so when you um so what do you believe like do you believe in like Jesus and
Yeah,
the Bible and
yeah.
things like
I'm Pentecostal. I believe in the Holy Ghost.
okay. Oh, so you all right, so is it like the is that the like name of the Father and Son and the Holy Spirit or is that just Catholic?
I think that's Catholic.
Oh, okay,
Uh,
okay.
our thing is we speak in tongues.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And the women aren't supposed to wear pants, right?
Pants.
Or jewelry and makeup?
Right. They can't have short
Gotcha.
hair either. It's long hair and long skirt. We're
Okay.
we're almost Amish without being on the Amish lifestyle.
Gotcha. Okay.
We're Old Testament church.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like, I will always say, you know, that's what God is. Okay? That's what he does love us all. Um, you know, and that's what he those those of us
Dude,
that have that understanding, we know that even a murderer is loved by God. Like Tyler is definitely loved by God because he created him, you know. The difference is, you know, you know if you know you're committing a sin such as murder, right? Um you look to you look for forgiveness before you pass away, you know. And like I said, it goes back to everyone's belief, you know. So like because what I was taught and what I've learned for myself is that the way to God is through Jesus, you know. And and what Charlie was trying to do was save everyone's soul, you know, because that's what he was called upon, you know.
sorry, I didn't mean to cough in your ear. I am so
No, no,
sorry.
you're fine. No, I don't even have my headphones. For some reason, it's not connecting. Um,
For some reason,
and
I just started getting a coughing fit.
and like I said, you know, because God teaches us to love, there shouldn't be any hate towards anyone. Okay. Um, like I said, you can dislike the actions, you know, but for you to actually sit there, not you, I'm talking in general, for a person to
Right, right,
actually
right.
sit there and say, well, I hate you because you think you're a cat, you know, like, and then claim that that's what God wants, you know, and that was like, that's why I showed that one video because it's like you have the young dude telling Charlie like, "Oh, you're a fake Christian because you sympathize with the gays and the transgenders and the furry crowd or whatever," you
Yeah,
know.
but who is he to judge? He,
Uh,
uh, that's
Exactly,
my thing.
exactly, and that's coming from hate because if you really understood God and the Bible, you would understand that, you know, it's supposed to be about love. Now, God loves you, you know, and it how can I put it? Because God loves you as a creation, right? As a human, as something that, you know, um uh how can I say it? We're supposed to live in God's image, right?
Right, right.
So, you know, like Jesus, you know, he was a straight man. You understand what I'm saying? And in the Bible, because that's where we get a lot of our, I would say, information from. Um, it doesn't speak of homosexuality. It doesn't, to me, I mean, I may be wrong. It doesn't even say that you're not supposed to be homosexual. You understand what I'm saying? It's
Uh,
like
right.
it's
Uh,
like because God created Eve for Adam, it's automatic that, a male and a female are supposed to be together. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just like,
right.
yeah.
Now, this is a joke. I'm only joking when I say this, okay? Uh, no, and now, you said that God wasn't gay, but he hung around guys all the time. And
Wow.
then he never had sex with Mary, but she got pregnant by him. Sounds like a date rape joke to me. That's the
Okay.
joke. That's the
Yeah.
joke.
I hear
It,
I hear
it-
I hear where you're coming from.
right.
Um
It's like, come on. He move around guys all day.
well, that's where, yeah, I mean, it's
And
just,
all they had was little
I don't
claw.
know if I don't know if you noticed. Okay, Debbie
I'm
says yes, the
joking, guys.
Bible.
I'm joking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Debbie Debbie says yes, the Bible does speak on it. Okay, it does. So the Bible does speak on it.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
and
yeah. It,
the
it speaks
Bible,
on it.
a lot of the, because I'm, like I said, I'm still going through it. I'm still learning. Um, I know that in the Bible, a lot of times when women were talked about, they were a lot of them were like not good. That's what I'm gonna say about that. Like, they they did bad things in the Bible. It's kind of like the whole Disney thing. Like,
Right.
a lot of these Disney movies, the mom ends up passing away, or the mom's not even involved in the life. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, you know, um, but I can't sit up here and tell you what I am not sure of. I know Daisy and Selah have read the Bible front to back, and they have a more understanding. Um, but because I have been taught to love, not only because of God, but because of my upbringing,
Y-
I'm
Right.
not going to sit up here and judge you. I know that we feel comfortable around each other where we can actually joke around. I don't feel, um how should I say, like, I don't want to joke around with you to the point where you feel offended, you know? Um, so that's where, like, I draw my line. So, where, because I'm asking you questions, because I want to know more about you
Yeah, you
and
just
and
want
your
to
lifestyle,
understand. It's
you know?
fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
People are
And I
curious and they want to understand, and
Yeah.
that's the bridge that I'm ready to stand on and have them conversations with people. And
Yeah.
even though there's water underneath the bridge, everything that comes out of our mouths, we choose to accept or we toss off the bridge and let the water take it away.
Yeah. Yeah. And I do applaud you for stepping up to the plate, and, you know, being a dad to your friend's child, and then you being a dad to your child. I mean, they're both your
Right.
child, but I'm talking about, like, your
Right, right,
biological
right,
child as well.
right. Taking the responsibility that I should have never took responsibility. Here's the thing: I'm glad that I did, and I'm happy for the way my kids came out, and my
Mhm.
kids love me to death. But if I didn't do that and I just let it go, my life would be completely. And to tell you the truth, I'll probably be dead right now.
Oh, wow.
That's the no, no, no. Hear me out because of my depression.
Yeah.
It would have took me out long ago. M- Me knowing that my kids are here and they need me is why I'm still here.
Okay.
So it's a blessing from God to give me this ability to have somebody that looks up to me.
Amen. Yes. Absolutely.
So I mean, that's. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get off of that.
No, and you're absolutely right. Um, and my thing is that at the end of the day, there's so many views and so many uh disagreements and arguments, and you know it of all the hate that has been spewed and the lies that have been told, just like y- I mean, I can tell you no vestiges, I'm gonna tell you straight up and down, you're not gonna make it to heaven, okay, because of the lifestyle that you live. I can say that. But you know what? That's who am I to say that? All right? Like
Well,
I
you can have that opinion.
yeah.
Mm,
Yeah, but
I
it's
mean,
like it's the way you I guess it's the way you tell someone. It's like the
right.
way, yeah, you share, because I don't have to say it in a mean way. I could sit here and tell you, well, do you follow the Bible? Because if you don't follow the Bible, then it makes no sense for me to tell you, hey, go read the Bible because in this, verse and chapter it says this and that. I've never claimed to know much or everything, should I say, about the Bible. I know what I have read and what I remember. Um, but at the end of the day, there's so many religions and there's so many views on everything. My thing is that I just want for the children to be left alone. Okay. Um,
Right.
as an adult, like I have 3 adult kids. I mean, I don't want to say. I mean, I can't say kids. I have 3 adult offspring, right? And then I have 2 little ones. And while they're growing up, you can show your kids the way you want them to be as an adult, okay?
Right.
But when they become an adult, they're most 9 times out of 10, they're gonna change their views on things, you know?
Right. Right.
And this Tyler dude, I keep hearing people call him a kid. And a kid to me is someone under the age of 18. You know, um, to me, he's an adult, and he chose to commit murder, which is a sin. You know, and how do you feel about all of that,
What about Tyler or Taylor or however you want to say
Tyler?
his
Yeah,
name?
about
Well, see here. Okay. 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 Do we know for sure this? Words are being said that he confessed. There was another guy there that confessed to it too. So how do we know for sure that he actually did it?
well, the guy that was there. Are you referring to the old man?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No,
Okay, well,
but you see, no, no, I, I get it, I get it. But
no, but that's where. Well, this is what I'm gonna say. This is where facts come in, right? Because uh they matched. Well, they're matching everything up, right? And like I said, the DNA is going to be on his rifle. Hello, because it's his rifle. However, that rifle was found not too far from where Charlie was murdered. You know,
yeah, in a box,
um,
in the
yeah,
box that it came in. Who, who does that?
in the box that it came in.
Yeah, they found it in the box that it came in, and it wasn't taken apart. The person of the video being climbing down from that roof didn't have a rifle. Where was the box at that he was carrying it
Well,
in?
there was a video that was released of him walking in a certain way. And then
Well,
when he was saw on the ring camera or whatever camera it was in his neighborhood, he was walking regularly.
well, yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is there's
Well,
no
I don't know. I didn't hear that it was found in a box
Yeah,
I heard
you
that
didn't see the picture?
he had wrapped it up in a towel.
Yeah, but in the picture, it's in a box.
In what picture?
The picture of the gun.
Okay, as evidence, or
Yeah,
I'm kind of
yeah,
confused.
they're saying that's the gun that was used.
Okay, but
It
what I'm saying is when they found the rifle, it wasn't in a box. It was wrapped up in a towel.
right. So here's the thing. When he got off the roof, he
Uh-huh.
didn't have it with him.
Okay, I saw something different. Okay, I get
Uh,
what I get what you're saying. Like I said,
so
it
because
appears as in he had the rifle in one of his pant legs.
right
Yeah.
now, hear me out. If
Mhm.
he had it, all right. Think of this. Just kind of bear with me a little bit.
Mhm.
Like I said, I like stories.
Mhm.
I take a shot and then I break the gun down. Okay. Why would I be walking funny beforehand if I'm going to break it down afterwards? Wouldn't I just have it broke down, in my backpack?
When you say broke down, like what do you
The
mean?
gun was taken apart. It was a classable gun.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the
I mean, I
stories that are
know, I
coming out.
know. Like if a rifle has like a scope, you can take the scope apart. I didn't hear that it was a gun that you were able to take apart. And another thing is where they like Lone Star said, this is exactly what I was gonna say. Um, hold on.
Hey, crimes.
So
Oh, okay, okay. I'm
they
kind of I'm
found
kind of reading.
they
Okay,
found the
okay.
DNA match of where he was like laying while he was like aiming, and they found I guess he put his hand down when he was trying to jump off the
Yeah,
roof.
and they found it on the screwdriver too.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
so it's just like
that's
like
why
I said, I mean, there's a lot of and I agree there's a lot of conspiracies behind it because you have some conservatives that are actually questioning the whole thing as well, and I get that part. Um, but that's the thing, like I am the type of person that I don't like to hear rumors, right?
right.
If I'm going to repeat something, it's going to be repeated from like either the district attorney or like law enforcement, right? So
Yeah.
that so that if I do say something, I'm like, well, I'm not listening. It's not coming from the news. It's actually coming from the investigator, So
Okay. Uh, my three sons. Don't take this the wrong way. I really don't like watching the media on situations like this.
yeah.
I wait for the transcripts to go out, and then I grab them and read them myself.
Oh, so you're talking about like the PDF files?
Right, right, right.
Gotcha.
Because you hear one thing, and then you hear another. Just like uh, the father was an ex policeman, and he turned his kid in. That was all wrong.
It was. Yeah.
That was all wrong, but the media went with it.
Yeah, of course.
So everything that you hear or you see might not be the truth.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't I'm not going to repeat what a news reporter is saying. I am going to repeat what comes out of the district attorney or the investigator. Like so like the cops that are, FBI or whatever who's working on
Right.
the case. But you know what? You do have the law enforcement and, former FBI agents that have lied about certain things. So I get where you're coming from.
Right, right, right. Until it comes out where I can grab it and actually go through it, we can
But at the
only
end of the day,
speculate
at
and
the end of the
go off
day,
of what's being said.
my question was, okay, so you're not 100% sure that it was Tyler who took the shot. I get that. I'll give that to you. My question to you is, do you think it was right for like Charlie's life to be taken in
Oh
that
no,
way?
no, no, no. Nobody's life should be taken over free speech.
Exactly.
But here's something to think about too. There's new video out
Uh-huh.
from the people that's in the crowd looking
Mhm.
at the stage, looking at where Charlie's at. Exactly. All right. If say you're facing me, right?
Uh-huh.
So it would be it'd be your left side. The camera's on the left side of him, the side that he got shot on. Okay. The camera's facing that way. You see the guy in the black shirt, and then there's a guy in a white shirt. Have you seen that video? Have you guys seen that video?
Sorry, I was muted.
Oh,
Jeez. Yeah, I was saying that I'm pulling up a video.
okay.
I think this is the video right here. Hold on, let me play it real quick.
Rachel, a very somber scene here.
No, this is not the one that I'm talking about.
Attend this.
This
Nope.
one shows him on the roof.
Right. But this video that I'm talking about is
Uh-huh.
the person that's recording it is like 15 feet away from him on the left side of him. Okay. Yeah, see, this is a different angle. This is a different view. Okay, pause it. Pause it. All right, down in the bottom there, you see where Charlie was sitting at, right? Right there by the red
Over
circle.
here.
Okay. The camera views from the left side of him. You see where the DVU is or UVU? Go straight down. That's where the camera views from that I'm talking
Oh.
about. So it's facing Charlie. You
Well, I
can see
have
Charlie
that.
in it.
I have that, but the thing is that it shows him actually getting shot, so I can't.
Right. But if you don't watch it here, watch it off of it. If
Uh-huh.
you watch the glass above him, above the guy in the white shirt, you see a flash come out of that. Out of that glass.
Out of the
Or
glass.
out of that dark area. You see a flash and then he gets hit.
Oh, okay.
So see,
I
there's
see.
so many
So you have
different
so
there's
you
so
are
many different things.
so maybe you can send me that video so I can look at it as well, because like I said, the video that I have that's close to him is when he actually gets shot, and
Yeah, and it's like dead center.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that was floating around on Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this one is a totally different angle. Because
Okay.
there's a guy, his bodyguard, his security, the guy in the black shirt, he's all muscle bound, and he does some arm motion or something like that. People are saying that he's giving the sign to take the shot and shit. It's all
Oh, I know what
stupid.
you're talking about. Yeah, I did
Well,
see that
okay,
video. I'm
there's
gonna
a
have to
there's
look
a
at it again. Yeah, because I did see them saying that the bodyguard was
right, and then
sending
the guy
gestures.
that's standing next to him in the white shirt with the white hat takes his hat off and does some movement. Maybe he was given the sign to take the shot. I mean, there was a lot of stuff. But if you
I mean, who
if
knows?
right, but if you slow it down a little bit, you'll see a flash come out of a dark area where the windows are up above them.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look.
Because people are saying that if that was like what was it, a 320? I don't know guns.
Mm.
What was the caliber of the gun?
It was
They're saying that from 300 yards,
30 6 volt.
30 yacht.
Yeah.
Okay, and they're saying Marines are saying at 300 yards, even say it's even closer than 300 yards. At 300 yards, there's an exit wound.
Well, that's the thing. He was on an angle, so we don't know if it did exit.
Right, but nothing behind him moved.
Well,
If there was an exit wound, it would have hit that tarp behind him and it would have rippled. You would have seen a ripple, like a music ripple.
not necessarily, because remember, as it's moving through your as the bullet is moving through your body, um,
It slows down a little bit.
it slows down, and it's like there's this I want to say bubble, but it's not a bubble. As a matter of fact, hold on, I think there is a video that shows it. Not
But they're
him, but shows.
right,
Yeah,
right. But
hold on,
they're
let me
saying
see.
that it was 100. No, I'm saying what the Marine is saying at 300 yards, that bullet is going to go through and through, and whatever's behind it is going to hit. So they're saying that the shot was taken at 142 yards.
Okay.
So it's even closer than the 300.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. How do I look up my my
You know
history
what?
on YouTube?
Your husband is a Marine, not a Marine. He's in the Army. He's military.
Yeah.
He shoots guns. You can
Well, I
ask
shoot
him the
guns
same
too.
question. You can ask him the same question. At 300 yards, a bullet goes through and through. Would it go? Would you see things move behind it if there was a tarp behind it? That's what it
Yeah.
is. It's a tarp behind him. The bell, his TP USA is a tarp.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm looking for, oh, here it is, my history, because
I to tell you the truth, I wouldn't. Don't take this the wrong way. I would love to have a conversation with your husband about this stuff because I don't know.
yeah. Yeah, I've been trying to get him to like come on and
Well,
talk and
not
stuff,
even
and
not even
he
that.
tries to
Even
stay away from
right, even on Discord, him send me a message. What was it that you was against him? At 300 yards, would a bullet go through and through? And if there's a tarp behind it, would you see that tarp move?
Yeah, I hear you. Okay. So I think I think you're talking about this one. Hold on. Let me remove this. Let me show this. Hello, where you at? Oh, did I? Oh, I thought I kicked you by mistake. Okay. Is it this dude that you're talking about?
Skip it forward a little bit.
In a good week, in spite of all the craziness that is going on in our country. So continue to focus on you, your family, all those good things, and pay attention. Last night we did a live stream with Ray Hughes Investigates. It was extremely informative. If you haven't seen that, make sure you go check that out. I'll put a link to that up there. It's definitely worth watching. A lot of good information, and I think we continue to kind of cut through the confusion and prepare you for what they're going to look like.
No, I'll have to find it.
Decision on how to treat that wound. All right, so the first caliber that they're going to test is 9mm ball ammunition. Let's take a look at what takes place here. All right, so right there you can see the entrance wound. It is, with ball ammunition, it is barely visible, and that is very common when it comes to any sort of entrance wound with, well, entrance wounds, period. But let's take a look from the side when they show it in slow motion of the impacts and analyze the terminal effects of that round. Now, what I want you to notice here is that
You see that if you watch the video, that's kind of what it looked like. That's a through and through. So you see what I'm talking about now, right?
Well, I get it. I get it. The thing is that they're shooting. It depends on. Okay, so one thing that I have to say is that when you're shooting a rifle from yards away, you have to implement the wind. Okay, when you take your shot and you're straight on with your target, and you're out in you're outdoors, you're not gonna hit where you're actually like aiming unless you have like a laser or something. You understand what I'm saying? So if you're outdoors and there's wind, like remember he's high up, so you have to take into consideration the wind as well, right? To me, he was actually aiming for his head. All right. And with taking into consideration the wind and maybe his nerves or whatever, he wasn't really like aiming for his neck. So he was on an angle. He was on the rooftop, right? Obviously, because Charlie was below him.
Right.
Okay. So my thing is the exit. What if the bullet exited? Okay, it was downwind. You know, like the exit is gonna be further down than the entrance. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
So
Right.
like this shot right here, you can see that it's being taken at like a straight angle. You
Right.
know?
Well, no, it was. This is to demonstrate what a through and through looks like.
Yeah, you're right. Yep.
Then if we're also
So
dealing with
it doesn't matter of the angle. It's just showing what the through and through looks like. There's an
Yeah.
entry wound and an exit wound.
Yeah.
but you guys tell me what you think down in the comments below. All right, so hopefully I've established that doesn't have the characteristics of an exit wound. Now let's take a look at the possibility of seeing an entrance wound where Zeb indicates. He basically says he thinks he was, it was impacted on the right side, rear right side. But I do want us to take a look at, this is the moment, this is the first frame that we see where Charlie is hit. And this is some of the best footage I can find, but what we clearly don't see. We do
this
see
is
his
part
ear,
of it too.
and there is enough definition here to where if we saw in
Go ahead.
I seen this one too. I've been trying to watch everything that has to do with Charlie.
Okay.
I'm not completely convinced of this part.
What do you mean? You're not convinced of this part. What do you mean?
Because of what he's saying about the entry wound. You'll hear as you play it.
Okay.
entrance wound or some sort of deformation, we would see it here, and we don't see that. Zeb also talks about an earpiece that goes flying.
Go back a little bit. Go back a little bit more. No, go for it. And it went too far. There's a guy with a camera with his phone out. And that's the angle that I'm talking about. Go for it a little bit more. You'll see him. He's at the top up there by the words. He's in a black shirt. You see it up there?
Oh crap!
Yeah, you see him up there with the camera, with his phone in his hand, recording.
Right here with the black shirt.
Yeah, right there with the
Above
black.
the P?
No,
Yeah.
no, over more by the words. The real
Over here?
threat behind him. No, you see where the title of the video is at the top.
Oh, over here.
Okay, go. Yep, behind. Yep, go down. That guy right there is the angle that I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
So that camera, his phone footage has came out.
Oh, I think I missed that one then. I'm looking for one that I saw earlier today where it actually showed there's a diagram, right? Let me see. I'm trying to find it.
I'm sorry, I'm not looking at chat. I'm looking for
It shows
this video.
what this video shows the bullet piercing a neck, not his neck, but it shows it piercing the neck in that area, and I found it. One moment, please. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing, and then I'm gonna share this one. Right here. This is the one. Let me find the. Why doesn't it pop up? Come on, show me something. It usually shows me. All right, hold on. I'm trying to get it to. Oh, look. You know what? I'm glad. Let me show you. So, this part right here is someone comes in and snatches off Charlie's hat,
be socially, academically, and even physically dangerous to conservatives on campus.
I just witnessed Charlie Kirk get assassinated. It was the most awful thing I've ever seen in my life. He shot him in the neck and blood went everywhere. And the worst part of it all was the liberals who were there were cheering.
I've spent a lot of time at many universities, and I've seen how dangerous it can be for conservatives on some college campuses.
When you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to want to commit violence against that group.
You think that's not emotional?
Isn't why we have the First Amendment, to try to push our boundaries and to hear things that might make you mildly uncomfortable?
This doesn't make me mildly uncomfortable.
Does it make you very uncomfortable?
It makes me angry.
Like a lot of people, that's what initially drew my attention to Charlie Kirk. I remember thinking, oh no, an openly conservative on a college campus, he's going to get killed. And at the time when I was thinking that, I didn't mean that as hyperbole.
People like me are facing violence, assaults. The left. Yes, the campus Antifa. I've been stormed out of restaurants. I've been assaulted publicly, multiple death threats. When people stop talking, that's when you get violence. That's when civil war happens, because you start to think the other side is so evil and they lose their humanity.
What do you think would happen to you if they found out you were a conservative at some colleges? Yes, on some college campuses, you would have no friends, your car would be keyed, tires slashed, dorm room trashed, get jumped walking home from the library late at night.
Jay got punched in the face by a professor here.
He saw my hat, he ripped the hat off my head, then he grabbed my head and also slammed it on the road pavement.
And some professors may even try to flunk you out of the school.
How many of you kids here on campus, raise your hand, do you feel as if you're graded down if you come out as a Trump supporter or conservative? That is the cultural left that will use power to punish a student with their grades because they have their views. That's fascism.
Okay, I found it.
Charlie Kirk actually helped to make college campuses safer for conservative students by showing up anyway, speaking openly, and proving that disagreement is healthy. He modeled how to debate firmly but peacefully, which gave young conservatives the courage to also speak their views without fear.
I thought it was like an improv comedy thing. It looked so ridiculous that I didn't even think it was real.
Well, no, you can see. Look how popular Trump is on your campus. How does that make you feel?
His presence on college campuses forced colleges to
You heard about that girl, right?
remind students that for
What was that?
That girl that was just up there, she wasn't up there to debate him. She was up there to try to get the video taken down because she flopped her boob out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that she did that about. I guess she didn't notice that she did it. It was about
Oh
mistake?
yeah, she knew she was doing it.
Oh wow. Oh, I see. So she was basically trying to like porn bomb him a little bit to take the
Right, in real life instead of just a
Gotcha.
video.
Yeah, I think this guy I think he blurs it out.
Yeah. I found that video that I was talking about.
Okay, let me just show. I want to show some parts of this video real quick. And then we'll
Yeah,
go
go
into
ahead.
it.
I can send this to you. You can watch it without me showing.
Well, no, I want to get everyone's opinion on it. I mean, does it show him getting shot?
No.
Okay, yeah. So if you can just like pull it up and
Oh
so we can
yeah.
get everyone's opinion on it.
Just let me know when.
Okay.
belongs to everyone, not just one political side.
So I do have a friendship with him. I've gotten known him over a couple of years. Disclosing bias.
Utilizing conservative voices in traditionally liberal spaces, he helped create room for
It's more historically accurate than Protestantism. Prove me wrong. Well, you're more aggressive than I would be. First of all, I love Mormons. I've said that forever.
That Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God over all.
Next question! On that day, when the second questioner was at the microphone and was asking Charlie Kirk questions,
Okay, so 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
that's when this single shot was fired. It sadly struck Charlie on the left side of his neck at apparently near his C4, C5 vertebrae, and apparently ruptured his left carotid artery and left jugular vein, causing sudden and massive blood loss. The entrance wound was approximately the size of a dime, but appeared much larger in footage of the event due to immediate surrounding bleeding. Although there was no clear footage of the exit wound, they tend to be much larger than the entrance wound in flesh. Do you know why? It's because the force of the bullet creates a temporary cavity, pushing mass along with it.
That's what you call it, a cavity. I said bubble, but yeah, he's gonna explain it to you right now.
As the bullet exits the body. The bullet was fired from a high-powered
30-06 round. That is the 30-06. Takes down a deer very easily.
And given the trajectory of the bullet coming from his left, moving downwards to his right.
This is where he would have been on his podium
And once you spin it around, this is supposedly where the gunman was. You can see here that it was a perfect line of sight.
You see that?
Right. Yeah.
It's likely that it sadly caused severe spinal cord damage, possibly resulting in instant breathing paralysis due to injury at the C4-C5 level, where the nerves that control the diaphragm are located, often remembered in medicine with the saying, C345 keeps the diaphragm alive. When Charlie was struck, the transfer of energy through his body was apparent, with his body jolting and his white t-shirt flapping. Both of his arms bent at the elbows, moving instantly towards his chest at just past 90-degree angles, sadly followed by him instantly slumping over in his chair to his left, falling to the ground.
So that debunks what the other guy was saying, because he was saying that it came from behind him, right? And then he's the other guy looked like he was a military guy, and he was saying that the way Charlie jerked, like the way his body jerked, looked like it came from behind. Okay.
Right.
And
But the video that I'm going to show you, you're going to be like, oh, wait a minute.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So according to investigators, the angle of the shot, the way it entered his body, it basically cut his spine, his spinal cord, and
Right.
his reaction was, he'll explain it here. He'll explain it. Like, it takes a certain amount of milliseconds for your body to react to pain and all that other stuff.
UVU in Orem has had an active shooter at the Charlie Kirk event. We're getting several calls. We're trying to get more information. 418 copy. How many injured do we have? Just one person.
Running away from the UVU campus event with Charlie Kirk. Sounds like he got shot.
Many have speculated his arms moving upward towards his chest is due to a phenomenon known in forensic science as decorticate posturing. However, that's unlikely. Decorticate posturing occurs when higher brain areas like the cerebral hemispheres are badly damaged, cutting off voluntary motor control. With the cortex offline, the red nucleus in the midbrain takes over, flexing the arms while the brainstem reflex pathways extend the legs, producing the classic arms to core look. Since Charlie's cerebrum was apparently not directly harmed, decorticate posturing is unlikely. An immediate loss of blood to the brain does not typically result in immediate decorticate posturing. Instead, loss of blood to the brain would have led to rapid unconsciousness and flaccid collapse. Therefore, his arms instantly moving up like that after being hit was apparently due to an instant involuntary defensive reflex. If someone physically scares you, what do you do even without thinking? Right, hands up in front of your body to defend and protect your head, neck, and core. You may be wondering if severe damage to the spinal cord at C4-C5 caused Charlie to lose consciousness so quickly. No, it was the massive blood loss he incurred so quickly. The jugular vein carries deoxygenated blood down from the brain, while the carotid artery pumps oxygen-rich blood up to the brain. So what happens when both are catastrophically ruptured? Right, the jugular vein drains blood from the brain out of the body, while the carotid artery continuously pumps blood out of the body with each heartbeat. Also, since Charlie likely had an elevated heart rate from exciting the crowd just minutes earlier during his entrance, his rapid pulse would have accelerated the blood loss. When someone suffers a catastrophic wound to the neck that destroys a carotid artery and jugular vein, the mind only has a fleeting window to possibly register what happened. However, in Charlie's case, and after analyzing the footage with a digital timer, he was conscious for no more than 0.4 of a second after impact. Far too fast for his brain to even register what had happened to him. For the brain to register an event, even briefly, it needs at least 1 to 2 seconds of continuous function after the injury. That would be just enough for a flash of shock or awareness of what just happened to them. If someone goes unconscious in less than about 1 second, the brain cannot register the injury or even register that something is very wrong. Psychologically, the experience for Charlie is as if it never happened. No panic, no dread, no realization that he was about to die. Only an abrupt blackout. It was neurologically impossible for him to psychologically realize anything was wrong at all. But What about pain? It takes approximately just 100 milliseconds to register pain in the neck due to its close proximity to the brain and spinal cord. However, his blackout came so fast, his brain never had the opportunity to turn that raw signal into the perception of pain. What might have looked like movement, specifically with his arms moving upwards, was nothing more than an involuntary defensive reflex, not conscious awareness or the result of feeling any pain. He absolutely did not know he was shot, and psychologically was unable to even register that anything catastrophic ever happened. Although Charlie Kirk was taken from us far too soon at only 31 years old with a wife and 2 young children, his passing was essentially instant, and without him experiencing any pain.
Well, I mean, the way he explains it, I believe that he didn't feel any pain, and his body was just
Right.
reacting to the impact of the bullet.
Right.
I'm gonna stop sharing this so that you can share what you have.
Okay. Let me.
My 3 sons says, "Gosh, how can someone murder a guy just for talking to people that chose to be there?" Right? Debbie says the immediate blood loss causing immediate unconsciousness from what I read. Whew. Can I show it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Hopefully you guys can hear it.
Charlie Kirk from the crowd up and to the left, which
Yeah.
makes the most sense to me as far as him being shot in the other side of the neck and this being an exit wound. Check this out.
Keep your eye on this space here where the red circle is as the next clip plays. To me, I first seen this and thought straight away, holy shit, that is the bullet. It matches the exit wound. It also matches the shirt puffing up and the angle of the entry and exit. I needed another angle just to see if this was actually fact, trying to get as much info as I could before I posted anything. And in that video, you can see the same, what appears to be the bullet coming down, and it does line up with the actual gunshot itself.
Or not counting gang violence. Great.
So again, I needed another angle. I found this video, and this one's a little bit harder to see, but you can see something go down into the back right-hand side of Charlie. So from this, looking at Google Earth and drawing a line from where I believe the shooter was, his tent being set up in the middle of that triangle area, would appear that the shooter was up here somewhere. That's the angle that the bullet was coming down from. It all makes sense to me. Pretty crazy. I think if we pan around and look at where the media and where everyone else is saying that the bullet come from and giving scenarios on ricochets and different bullets and bits and pieces, it doesn't make sense for it to come from the rooftop over here. It doesn't line up with.
So pretty wild stuff. There are a lot of theories here. There are a
hold
lot
on.
of ideas, but I'm just gonna.
So this is basically saying that Tyler was the decoy and someone else took that shot.
That's what I was trying to say at the beginning.
Gotcha.
Because there was one guy said, hey, I did it, but it wasn't him. And then
Yeah. You know what? That old guy, he's been, well, from
he got caught
what
with
the
CP.
FBI has dropped about him, in regards to him, he's been in 2 other incidents. Like he's been in the same area. He was allegedly in the same area as the Boston bombing. He was.
See, Debbie heard the same thing that I heard.
Yeah.
That's
exactly what I heard. The blood spewing is from the exit wound.
Right. So it couldn't have been shot from the front, because that wouldn't be the the exit wound. That would be the entry wound.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Uh,
crazy.
no, but I mean, hear me out. If an old guy is going to take blame for it, and then uh, uh, someone jumps on Discord and says, "I'm the one that did it because he wants clout," and you get what I'm saying? How many people are going to say,
But the
"Yeah,
thing
it
is,
was
that
me"?
he's getting there's more than just clout because he's involved. No matter how you look at it, he's still involved. He may not be. I see what you're saying. He may not be the shooter. The
Right.
thing is that he was on that roof because there was DNA that matched him to that roof, right?
Right,
The,
right.
handprint. He left an imprint of where he was laying down. Now, I do see where there's the questions arising now that perhaps he was the decoy, just like that old man was the decoy, so that the real shooters, should I say, or whoever was involved in the roof, were able to get away.
Right.
You know?
I'm going to pull this down because there's nothing left
Okay.
of that. But the thing is uh, here's the thing. If I go up on a roof, I'm going to put me in this situation.
Uh-huh.
And I was going to do something like this.
Mhm.
I would not. Okay. Wait a second. Let me go back. If I was going to shoot from that angle,
Mhm.
I would make sure that everything that I had with me
Mhm.
was tucked away on me.
Yeah.
Okay. Even though I've never shot a gun, I don't know about being a sniper. I don't know the caliber of a gun. I don't shoot guns.
And it also goes back to if he was planning to get away with it, because in the text message he said that he was, well, it said, I'm not going to say that he said it, but it was put in the text message where um he allegedly said that he was going to take the what he did into his old age. So it's like it's confusing to me because if it was if it was planned before, right? Like the week before, then was he thinking that he was going to make it out alive? Was he going to end his life? But on that day that everything happened, he allegedly is sending messages to his lover, telling his lover that
Just
what
one
was
more
it that he
thing.
said? He
Just one.
he
I'm just going to show one more thing.
Okay.
If you
Well,
could
yeah, that's
pull
what I'm
that
saying.
up.
He told his lover that he wanted to take it into his old age, you know? So it's just like I don't know, it's confusing now. Like we're officially down a rabbit hole, y'all.
Right. Okay. I don't know. I've looked this up. A lot of people say that these guns come in boxes when they're shipped to you.
Well, yeah, it depends on where you buy it from. Yeah, you can get one that is in a box like that, or one that's actually in a hard carrying case type box. It all
Right.
depends
But
on where you're buying it from. Yeah.
what I'm saying is they found it in the woods wrapped in a towel.
Yeah.
Where did the box come from?
Okay. So my thing is, I've never seen this picture. Is this picture? Did they release this picture to the public? The FBI
Yeah.
released this picture?
I do believe so.
Well, I'm gonna
Um,
have to look that up because my thing is, um, maybe they if this is the scene of where they found the rifle, uh, then they provided that box in order to carry it from where it was dropped to where it needed to be looked to be, you know, like looked at, like for prints and stuff.
Right,
You
right.
know?
But
But are they saying that the gun was in this box? Is that what's being said?
where's the towel at? Shouldn't they have taken the pictures of it on the towel or wrapped the
Well,
towel?
well, that's part of the evidence, right? To me, if this
Right.
is a picture that they released, they probably just took a picture of the gun to see if anyone owns that gun. That, how can I say, like, so according to the text messages, it belonged to what, his grandfather, right? And I guess it was passed down to from the grandfather to the son, then to Tyler, right? So what they were trying to do was see if anyone recognized this rifle, because it could have been stolen or something.
Right, right,
Yeah.
right. But they kept saying that it was a breakdown rifle. Where does this break?
Well, maybe, okay, maybe you're talking about, like, I don't know, because I'm thinking maybe the scope, but you would need a, like, a screwdriver or a tool to take out, like, the screw. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying?
Okay.
Because
Okay. Okay.
those rifles don't come with those scopes.
Right. 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 But I mean, it's back on there. But they found the screwdriver on the roof.
Oh, I see what you're talking
So
about. So
who
the
assembled it?
screwdriver, okay, so the screwdriver that supposedly he used to take apart the gun was left behind.
Right.
Okay.
So
And you're saying that if it was you, you would make sure that you didn't leave anything that you used, like, per se, like the screwdriver, right?
right.
You wouldn't leave that behind. I
Right.
get you. I get it now.
So, but here's the thing: if it got left behind on the roof, and they found it on the roof with the body marks of him being on his hands and knees. Well, oh, you know what? That might be true too. Sorry, I was reading chat.
Oh, okay.
But who put the scope back on there?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, to me, maybe he put the scope. You see, that's why I need to wait for more information, because to me, maybe he put the scope on while he was up on the roof already.
Right, but
You understand? In order to, because I heard that he had to, like, jump over a fence and drop down to another roof and stuff. So, in order for him to conceal that rifle, the scope, you would have noticed the scope, right? So to
right,
me,
that's
he
what
was
I'm
up on
saying.
the roof.
When he jumped off that roof, I'm not sure if that was, what he tossed down first. If he tossed down anything before he jumped down.
I mean, because
But you
I'm
would have
thinking
seen
maybe
you
he
would have seen that
carried.
scope.
I'm thinking maybe he carried the scope and the ammo in, like, his book bag, and then the rifle was in
I'm
his.
talking about getting down, going away. He didn't take it apart
I don't think
to
he had
run
the time
away.
to. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he had time to.
Right. So
Yeah.
the gun was complete as he got off that roof. You would have noticed that
Yeah,
on
you're right.
that
You
video.
would have noticed the bulge, like they say, quote unquote, the bulge of
Well,
that scope.
when he jumped down and took off running,
Mhm.
you would have noticed the gun.
Yeah. So what, you think he dropped the gun before he jumped off the roof?
Well, see,
Yeah, because I think the video that I saw.
I was reading chat.
No, yeah, no, it's cool, it's cool. I think the video that I saw, that he actually he did drop something, but they can't tell what it was because.
Right.
I mean, I'm
But
pretty sure
if
they
it
have
was
a
if it
better
was the
footage of it. They
rifle,
just don't want to release it or whatever.
if it was the rifle, you would have noticed the scope on there. Look how massive that scope is to that
Yeah, I
gun.
know. I know.
That looks like the boyfriend.
Hope has a magnifying thing that you can.
Right. It's
I get what you're saying.
freaking huge. You can see the freaking moon in the daytime in that thing. But
and you know what? I agree. I mean, because my thing is that now you have Candace Owens, and I love Candace Owens. I think that at first I thought that what she's been saying about Israel and about Ben Shapiro and stuff is because she was butthurt because they let her go. The thing is that she's claiming that she has proof of a lot of things that she I don't know that she's been investigating or researching, and there are people saying that there's a different shooter, that Tyler was not the shooter.
Can I go back to that for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The reason why I said I don't know if he actually did it is because one person already said that he did it, but it wasn't him that did it. And just okay.
Well, there was two people actually. There was two.
If this was a planned event, if people was talking about doing it, and they needed a decoy, and one person said, "Hey, I'll do it. I'll be a decoy," and I go climb up on a roof, and I just lay there, not actually do anything.
But you being that
all eyes
person
are going to be on me.
But you being that decoy, okay? You're only agreeing to be that decoy, not actually getting locked up, and now you're gonna fry or get the firing squad to end your life when you didn't even take the shot. You didn't even kill Charlie. Somebody else did. Why would you take the fall for murder?
For the cause, I guess.
And that comes from where though? What? How can
The hatred towards
exactly
the right.
Exactly. I kind of agree on that one.
Now, hear me out. I'm not a left and I'm not a right. I don't vote. I didn't vote for either one of them, but I go for the truth and the freedoms that we have. So whoever's in office and they don't trample my freedoms, I'm okay with them.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm not a Democrat and I'm not a Republican.
I hear you. Yeah.
So
Well, I mean,
my faith lands on what goes on in the government. I hate to say it, but that's the way it is. We all have to live like that.
I mean, the thing is that if you don't vote, then you can't complain about something
Oh yeah,
that
yeah,
is not right.
yeah. I know.
Like I mean, I'm not towards you. I'm just saying, like towards anyone in general. Like you have people that
Right.
are like, oh, I didn't vote for either side, but you're sitting there like, complaining
About their
who actually
policies.
won, and and the changes.
Right. Don't
But I
complain
feel you.
about their policies if you didn't vote.
And don't get me wrong, we America, when I say we Americans, there are extremists, right, on both sides, in my opinion. Okay.
Right.
And a lot of the rumors that first came out was that Tyler, the alleged shooter, right,
Right.
was a Nick Fuentes fan. Okay. And basically what the FBI has explained about Fuentes is that he's classified as a white supremacist. He's
Right.
Hispanic. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying? But
Right.
he's so far right.
I'm
Like,
going to take that down. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Keep
yeah,
talking.
yeah. So like he's so far right. Like I don't even consider him a conservative. He considers himself a conservative, but he's racist, and I mean, it's just I'm not even going to get into the whole thing with Fuentes. But my thing is that they were saying that Tyler looked up to him, like Tyler idealized him or whatever it's called, and I'm like,
Right.
what? Like it's just I don't know. It's crazy. but we do have some of those on the conservative side. Now everybody's talking about this Milo guy that he had retired for whatever reason, and with what happened to Charlie, he's coming back from retirement, and it's to the point where you know like the right, our side, we're saying is you not you, but the left basically killed, or the radical left basically killed the one person that was trying to bridge the gap between the two parties, and now
Right.
there's nothing, like there's no more conversation, you know and that hearing those words, that actually scares me,
Right.
because I'm like,
Yeah. I'm sorry, but if Milo comes back and starts doing the stuff like he was doing before, it's gonna be a whole lot of more
oh,
shit
he's
going
back.
on.
He's back. He's back. He's already spoken about it. He's back. And then I was listening to certain videos of his, and I'm like, whoa,
Right,
this
right.
is
That's what
not
I'm
good.
saying. This is go. It's going to be bad.
Yeah.
It's going to be
So
bad.
it's just, you had someone that was willing to converse with you and to hear you out and to have a friendly debate with you. Now you have someone like Milo that basically has stepped back into the ring, and I say now it's over. There's no more peace talk. There's no more, oh, can we all get along? Like it's a wrap,
I was
and
just
it's just
watching
like,
Destiny.
ugh.
I I'm not sure if he's actually gone or not. I was just watching him. Let me
Who?
double check.
Oh,
Uh,
Destiny?
yeah, Destiny.
Oh, yeah.
I
That's
know
another loony bin.
Hassan Piker is going to be gone here soon. No, Destiny's live right now doing the same thing that Charlie Kirk did, but Destiny won't say that what Charlie did was well, what happened to Charlie was bad. So, but he's going to be out there doing the same thing now. What the hell? He makes
Yeah.
no sense. I
It
cannot stand that guy at all.
yeah, he definitely has a few screws loose. But my thing is, it's just like now you have these guys that don't care about anyone but themselves, okay? And their values are more important than anyone else's, and it's just it's bad. It's really bad. And I don't even know what to say about it anymore. I just know that
Yeah.
people really need to do their own research when it comes to things. 'Cause like I said, when they started mentioning Milo, I was like, dang, what Milo are they talking about? I hope they're not talking about that certain Milo. And I looked it up, and I'm like, yeah, that's the Milo they're talking about. And I was just listening to him, and I'm like, whoa, like he has no filter.
But no, no. And the crazy thing is he's a gay man.
He used to be.
Well, you can say that you're not. It's still there.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, I feel like going back to like the whole thing with my daughter. She thought she was gay.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? But
But
it turns out that she was, she was following.
experimenting.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. She was following the crowd at a certain point.
Right, right. Now,
And
now, hear me out.
uh,
Milo used to get a whole lot of hate because he was a gay man from the right, but he wanted to be on the right. So, what better way to getting into the right by saying, "I'm not gay"? That was my old self. So now he's with the right, and he can spit out those words that I don't agree with, but
I
the
get
right
what
is
you're
okay
saying.
with.
I get what you're saying. I get it. But you know what? I will say that when you allow God and when you allow Jesus, you know, when you allow yourself to hear God and change for whatever reason God wants you to change for, um, you move away from those types of things. You understand what I'm saying? Like
Right.
wanting to transition into a different gender and being gay and stuff. Like, I mean, you made a point right now that you feel like he's saying that he's not gay so that he can fit in with the right, but there are gay conservatives. Like
Right,
I
right.
like that Daniel from TikTok that I just showed.
Right,
And
right, right.
this other dude that I'm about to show real quick too. He found Jesus, and according to him, he's he no longer lives that
Before
way.
you before you play this real quick, I wanna say something. There was a comment. Well,
Okay.
there's something in the chat that I wanted to talk about
Go ahead.
real quick. I get it. I get what you're talking about, but this has nothing to do with the First Amendment. What's going on with the people getting canceled? They stopped the voice from getting the word out. So, what better way of stopping the voice with no killing by canceling them? It has nothing to do about the First Amendment at all. I'm being serious.
What are you reading? Whose comment are you reading? I'm not following you right now.
Debbie, she said, my son-in-law, a big-time conservative, yeah, and those people are getting canceled. It's a First Amendment all the way. It really has nothing to do with the freedom of speech. It has nothing to do with the freedom.
Well, I agree. I agree. The thing is that going back to like the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing, right? I guess that's his last name.
Yeah, that's what
The
I'm
thing
talking
is
about.
that if you really look into it, you'll see that what is it? The channel. What was the channel again? ABC.
Right.
It was ABC shows uh the rules, right? And
Right.
there's certain rules that prohibits broadcast, right?
Yeah, the
Broadcasting
policy.
certain things.
Yeah, the
So
policy.
yeah, so he he went into a contract with these people, and what he did was he broke the rules, right? So it says the
Well,
licensee knows.
what changed this time than all the other times that he said things about Trump?
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. It was because it was about Trump. But now he made his little remark and his joke about something that is is so wrong. You understand what I'm saying? Because he made
Right,
the
right.
joke about the whole. But you're right on it because
Right.
what
It
makes
has
this
nothing to
different?
do about the fact that he was speaking his mind and freedom of speech.
Yeah.
It has to do with shutting you up without killing you. That's all it is.
Yeah, and you're right because how about all the other times that he's been lying and spewing lies and hate on Trump? You're right. You're absolutely right.
So I mean,
But you know what? But Jimmy, when Trump's X account or his Twitter account got suspended, he posted a meme of it's supposed to be Trump on the toilet, holding a phone with baby hands.
right, right, right.
And then when Roseanne Barr got canceled, they made I mean they were celebrating it.
Do you
The
remember
left,
back?
like they were celebrating it, and it's just like now there's supposed to be outcry of Jimmy Kimmel got canceled. It was the same thing with Roseanne Barr. You want to get technical?
Here's something to think about. Do you remember back on the first term of Trump, what happened in the park? That comedian had a doll head that looked like Trump, and it was covered in blood, and she was holding it up.
Oh yeah.
She didn't get
Yep.
canceled,
Yeah. I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
but it's freedom of speech.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like freedom of speech, it's all fine and dandy, okay? but you have to know that there's, when you're
Consequences.
saying hateful things, that there's consequences. So that's the new culture, quote unquote, per se.
Right.
So instead of it being the cancel culture, it's the consequence culture. That's what they're calling it now. And it's just like everything is selective. Like the
Right.
selective outrage, and it pisses me off because I'm like, wait a minute. When when it happens to someone on this side of the aisle, it's funny, and you guys want to make jokes about it, and all that, nasty things. But
Do
when it
you
happens
watch
to one of
Greg
y'all, it's
Gutfeld?
like, it's just crazy.
Do you watch Greg Gutfeld?
I do.
Okay, Titus, did you hear his thing on Charlie?
When?
Well, after Charlie.
No, I mean, was it like today, yesterday?
No, I think it was right after. Well, after it happened, they had a show, and
No, I don't.
Titus got on there and talked.
Yeah, maybe I did hear it. I just don't remember. I know. What I remember is what I posted on the channel about when Gutfield started cursing at Jessica.
Yeah,
But I don't
well,
remember
he
what
said
Cyrus said.
he said, and
Hey, you sold your
I
soul.
don't. He said, I don't follow him. We have we have a few things in common: kids and a wife. I don't follow him. He was a good guy, but after that happened, what happened to the city? What happened to any city? Absolutely nothing. But what happened when a few that wasn't doing freedom of speech and speaking his mind? They burned your cities down. They killed
Yeah.
people
Yep.
to get their point across, but this was silent. And that's what he noticed from it.
Yeah.
And to hear Titus, Titus, you've seen him.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of a macho man,
Yeah.
He used to be a wrestler, so he didn't sound like himself when he was talking. He didn't. I'll have to find it and I'll send it to your Discord.
Yeah, send it to me because I missed that one.
Yeah, you'll be like, holy shit, that's was
Wow.
right. He does not sound like himself
Hmm.
at all.
Yep. Look what you sold your soul says. Dave Chappelle was fired, canceled over his freedom of speech. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Hey,
wait.
Sammy, how are you? Yeah. I've been getting that a lot lately. I think they've blacklisted me because of the topic that I'm covering tonight.
Yeah, I think your title, I think that's why I wanted to pull mine down because I heard a lot of people talking about it. If you had,
Yeah, I hashtag Charles Kirk, but it's
right.
it's all good though.
Now, I completely spaced it. I'm not saying that they didn't get the right guy, but we don't know for sure because
No, I hear you. I mean, with the
help me
explanation
survive.
that's been given, and then like they actually have like the pictures.
Right.
They actually
I
have
mean,
pictures of the
there's
bullets
too
and
many
stuff,
holes.
and yeah,
There's too
it's
many holes not to pay attention.
that's a whole rabbit hole. But look,
Right.
so this is what I wanted to say. Like
Yeah,
this
go ahead, play this.
this dude right here.
Hello. This is me. In 1995, I was 20 years old. So without getting into a full-length 6-hour documentary on my entire life, my entire 50 years of existence on this planet, pardon me, I'm going to kind of fast forward to a turning point, let's say. I have struggled with gender identity for most of my life. I've been in and out of the closet about 3 times. I've lived as an out trans woman for a solid decade. And last spring, I was just, feeling dead inside. I reached, and there's a lot to unpack with that, because I'm not a new believer. I've always felt that someone was watching over me, obviously, because of the incredible things that have happened in life. So I always thought that there was a God, and there was, someone watching over me, and including one time where I completely cheated death, and it was not some random coincidence. It was a force stopped me from, getting smushed, basically. So, but throughout all that, in my, I want to say, previous incarnation, there were many times I was trying to reach out to God to ask for some help with what I'm dealing with, but there was always like this shadowy, dark voice that would kind of stop me and like pull me back in and spew out blasphemy and such. So this is back in late May, April, May 2025. I'm outside on the sidewalk in my building. I live downtown. There's a lot of people, and this East Indian lady comes up to me. And her name was Steffi, by the way, which I thought, I know a lot of East Indian people, and Steffi is not a really common name that I've heard. But anyways, she comes up to me. She says, "You're beautiful. Can I pray for you?" And before I could even make sense of what was happening, she grabbed both my hands and just kind of lowered her head and closed her eyes and just mumbled something, and then just kind of walked away. And by the time she got into the corner, I didn't see her anymore, right? But later I realized that it's May, so it's still fairly cool. I'm wearing a jacket. She was just wearing leggings and a long sleeve top, and I realized that she had nothing on her. No bag, no purse, no keys, no phone, no jewelry, nothing. And at that moment, I don't know. I felt, I can't explain it. I felt something different inside, not my head thinking, but just something inside. Because at this point, as I'm feeling dead inside and stuff, I'm trying to think to myself, there must be a way out of this that doesn't involve me unaliving myself. And so as the week went by, I'm trying to process this, and I'm just feeling.
So yeah, I dropped his link in the chat if you guys want to go and show him some support. I thought I subscribed to him. Yeah, subscribe to him, and he tells you about him being saved by Jesus. All right, so it's like that's why I wanted to say, I don't want to show his whole video. It's not that long, but if you guys can go give him get his views up and his likes and stuff. He talks about what he went through, how his body felt, and it's a wonderful thing. But yeah, you can. I mean, you can be saved. You can be saved by Jesus, and you can be. He can help you, I guess, like steer away from that type of lifestyle. It can happen. I guess that's what I want to say. You have something to show real quick? Oh, you found it? Where'd you go? Hello?
I'll just go ahead and play it for everybody so
Okay.
everybody can see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
But you know how Titus sounds.
Yes.
No, okay. Think of that when I start this.
Okay.
This has been difficult because I feel bad because I didn't like what Charlie was doing. I'm not a religious person. And I find, unfortunately, in my life experience, isn't that most people that put God in front of them were full of it and dangerous. And Charlie, in his death, I learned that his faith was unbelievable. And I can't relate to that. So it bothers me on a certain level because I didn't think the risk was worth certain things in this world. Unfortunately, in our country, we can't discuss. And he took 3 things that were death sentences with this country. He talked about religion. He talked about gender, and he talked about politics. With one side, how many buildings burned last night? Not one.
That's right.
How many people were dragged in the street for looking like they maybe were the shooter? Not one. How many police officer was spit on for not doing their job? And not one. The hate, the negativity, even for a person, I met him a couple times. I think he did this show with us. But the things that him and I have in common, his little girls are never going to see their dad again because he had principles and accountability. And that used to be something in this country that we admired. To be different, to speak your heart. And he did something that most of us, he had a patience that I didn't understand.
Yeah. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to.
Wow. I think he was letting how should I say, his soft side show. Because when I watched Tyrus, like you said before,
It
he's
didn't
always
sound like
like,
him.
yeah, like I think he was showing a softer side of him this time,
Right.
you know, because he's always like, oh, gun ho and all,
Right.
I'll beat
Right.
your ass and this and that and
Right.
I mean, he was honest, and that's what I love about them, that their honesty. And what the thing is, that what got him was, okay, he didn't agree with him on the things that he was saying and doing, because I guess he doesn't believe in God the way we do.
Right.
But what got to him was that Charlie's daughters are without a father now.
Yeah. I mean, you could see it in his eyes. He wanted to cry.
Yeah, they were so glassy. Oh, I missed that one.
Right.
I didn't see that one. Thanks for
What?
sharing it.
Oh, this. Yeah. Like I said, I've been on top of watching the stuff that's been coming out, but it's so hard to follow until you read exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
When you can process of what's being actually said or what the actual evidence is, because there's so many different things. You
Yeah.
can't go on a ex-cop turned his son in, which was wrong.
Yeah.
He was wrapped in a blue towel or wrapped in a towel found in the bushes, but the picture shows it's in a box. I mean,
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, what I'm saying about that, that's part of the towel is part of the evidence, right? So
Right.
they probably took the picture of it, of when they found it. They took the picture of the rifle being wrapped in the towel, but they had to unwrap it, to actually show the public, hey, is this your rifle? Maybe the rifle that was used to murder
Right.
Charlie
Oh, I
was stolen.
get your point. I
And
get your
then
side.
that box to me was just like a carrying box, like something that they would use
Evidence.
to
Box.
transfer. Not that the
Right.
dude had a box there. Or who knows? Maybe he dropped the box there, knew that that's where he was gonna leave the rifle, and who knows? But what I'm saying is,
Right. Right.
it, to me, that box was it belongs to LE. They needed something to transfer the rifle to the lab. But who knows? I mean, like I said, there's so much new things that are coming out about the text messages. I I'm in the middle about the text messages because, like I said, my kids know that I don't like the short versions of words. Like when you text me or when you're writing to me, I want you to write out the whole word. Now, if we're like playing online and for some reason maybe the mic isn't working and they need to get a message to me, you know, that's fine. But I'm talking about like any type of correspondence. Like if you're doing any type of work for me, like don't put IDK or, you know, whatever they use nowadays. You understand what I'm saying? Like don't do it. Don't do it. So I don't know. And he was very intelligent. I mean, he's very intelligent. This Tyler dude. Maybe that's the way he texted. But then some of his friends are saying that he used a lot of emojis, and I'm like, dang, I don't know what to believe anymore. It's just crazy. But yeah, he could have been the decoy. He could have been the fall guy, and it's scary because if that's the truth, then we have that shooter is still on the loose, right? And that's
Right.
even more.
I'm kind of reading chat at the same time. I'm listening. I'm sorry. I
No, you're
normally
fine.
don't
You're
read
fine.
chat.
You Soldier Soul says, I always told my kids, and now some of my grandbabies, look in the mirror, tell me, do you like what you see? If not, it's up to you to change it. The truth will set you free. Amen. Yes. She says, you are right, Debbie. Putting foreign objects, meds, or alternations is going to mess you up. The body will reject the shit. Changing your body is telling God he made a mistake. Nope, you did. Your skeleton still will be what God made you. So all you are doing is letting people lie to you. Debbie says, you are, oh yes. Yeah. Yes, Debbie. Yep. I'm telling you. But yeah,
Wait,
y'all, that's
wait.
that's what I'm saying. Like I can look at it from both sides. You want to play that song that you made for Charlie?
I was going to ask you if that was possible.
Oh yeah, of course. We love
I,
your songs over here.
as I always say, I don't want people to cry, so it's touching.
Yeah, it's still fresh, it's still raw. So
Right, and
yeah.
this was remade from a different song that I made. So
Okay.
there's some things in there that kind of it's hard to explain. Hopefully, the song explains it better than me telling it. So
Yeah.
let me share it. Okay, I'm gonna go on mute, and I'm trying not to make people cry. No crying. Well, try not to cry. Not bad cry. Only good cry.
Good cry.
Are you able to hear it?
Yes, sir.
Charlie Kirk, your army is here. We love you and miss you, but your fight isn't over with us here.
I put my faith in armor, I rise and never fall. The word is carved upon me, it's written on the wall.
It starts with friendly gestures, a prayer that feels so real, a hand that carries mercy, a voice that learns to heal.
But the shadows start to gather, the night begins to call. I feel the fire rising, and I'm ready through it all.
I'm a walking God warrior, the fire burns inside. When shadows turn to fiction, His truth will never hide.
When evil walks among us, I'm here to stand and fight. A warrior of heaven, I shine His holy light.
No fear, just faith. When evil walks among us, I rise in God's truth. They try to strike in darkness, but I still stand in light. They whisper lies in silence, but God renews my sight. I walk beside my brothers, my sisters in the fight. I'm armored as a soldier, with glory as my right. And though the war is heavy, I will not lose my ground. I hear the call of heaven, it's a never failing sound. I'm a walking God warrior, the fire burns inside. When shadows turn to fiction, His truth will never hide. When evil walks among us, I will not run or hide. The armor of His Spirit is always at my side. And no fear, no chains, just faith and love that breaks through. When evil walks among us, I'm here to fight for you. When evil walks among us, I lift His banner high. I fight with holy courage and truth that never dies. No chains, no fear, just mercy breaking through. When evil walks among us, I'll fight to stand with you. I'm a walking God warrior. Forever I'll believe the battle ends in victory. Through faith I will not grieve. Charlie Kirk, your army is here. Oh, we love you and miss you, but your fight isn't over with us here.
All right.
That was beautiful. I loved it. Yo, I swear your songs, oh my goodness, it's like it's so deep and how can I explain it? Like it's like you don't even need to explain it like the way you usually explain it before you play it.
Right, right.
Like
I
I
know,
understand
but
all of your songs. Like they're so heartfelt, you know?
right. And I mean, what got me was when everybody kept saying they raised an army. Well, you know what? I'm going to put that on a song.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And the evil all around us, like, oh my goodness.
Well, I mean, it's true. It's true
Yeah.
because evil walks among us every day.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Look what Debbie says. I'd like his wife to hear this. I wish there was a way to get it to her.
No, 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 no. It's unlisted on my channel. It's on my channel, but it's unlisted because
You wouldn't want her to hear it?
no, 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 because then the kids hear it, and then I mean, I don't want them to relive what they're going through.
Yeah, I get you. I get it. I'm pretty sure that the stuff that she listens to, she probably doesn't listen to around the kids. You know, they're so young.
Right, but it has to do with a song, you know, and you know, it's not a hateful song.
Yeah, I hear you.
Know, You know, if you heard something, okay, say that your kids, right, and you hear a song and it's beautiful, but it's touching, but it has to do with something that's related to them. Would you want them to hear it? It's a hard question.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I definitely get it. Yeah. I mean, I like most of the songs, not all of them, but I think maybe like out of all the songs that I've created, I think there's like one or two that no, there's definitely two of them that I haven't let my kids hear.
Right. So I
get
mean,
it.
yeah. I mean, if there was a guarantee that she would be the only one to hear it,
Yeah.
I would be down for it.
Yeah.
But it's not a guarantee, and I'm not going to make someone guarantee that they're not going to let their kid listen to something that's so beautiful.
Yeah.
But I mean, I just don't want that tear or heartache to come from something that I have done. Sorry,
I hear you.
I'm
You don't
getting
want to.
choked
You don't
up.
want to be the cause of more heartache on them. I get it.
Right.
I get it.
I'm getting choked up over here. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's cool. But you know what, Messages? I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming up here and enlightening us, letting us know that your side of things and answering our questions, and not taking offense to it, because I think the more we understand, um the more we can become like a little less judgy and a little less, evil, a little like less hate, basically. Um it's like what they say, right? Not like Hispanics, we get called out. We're like, oh, like I'm gonna say Puerto Rican, not Hispanics, Puerto Rican, right?
Right.
The running joke for a Puerto Rican is, oh, you will never catch a Puerto Rican without a pocket knife, right? And Puerto Ricans are loud and all this other stuff, and I'm like,
Hysterical.
yeah, we're loud, and yeah, we carry knives, and okay, I get it.
Right.
The thing is, like, that doesn't make us bad. It doesn't make us bad people. I
No,
mean, you
it's just
have
stereotyping people, and that's horrible. I hate
yeah,
putting labels on people.
exactly. That's what it is. And labels. Lone Star says more acceptance for others. Absolutely. And it's just like not there. Of course, you have the bad apples in the bunch, but just like the cops and just like the military, you have not all of them are the same.
Tom McDonald did one that's pretty beautiful too. It's
Oh
short,
yeah.
but it hits the mark.
Oh
It hits
yeah.
the mark.
I remember I played one of his songs when I had first started going live, and he hit me with a copyright strike. I mean, not the one that'll like that'll count against your channel.
Well, the claim.
Yeah. And I
Yeah,
was like,
it
oh,
was
I
a
was
claim.
like, oh, damn, I'm not even monetizing you hitting me, bro. Like, I bought yours.
Yep.
I buy all his songs, like all his albums and stuff. I buy like off Amazon or
Right.
And I'm
But
like, bro, like, you want me to send you a receipt? Like, I bought this song, so I'm entitled to play it at least once.
well, yeah.
But I get it.
It has to do with the even though he does everything, that he still goes through a publisher to
Oh,
get
okay.
the albums out. So the publisher is the actual one that hits people up. But
Oh,
I
okay.
think if you send him an email showing
Okay.
that you got it and they put a claim and a claim on it,
Mm.
he'll get it removed for you.
Yeah. No, but
I
like I said,
think
it wasn't a strike against the channel, so I was like, it's cool. But I
right.
use because what YouTube said is if I use 30 seconds, I think it has to be 30 seconds or less, then they won't hit me with anything.
Right,
So if
right.
I'm gonna use
And
any of his
that's kind of
songs.
false. That's kind of false too.
Yeah, yeah, I
I
know.
did a I did like I think it was a 10-second snippet of a song on one of my lives, and I got hit with that song. I was like, it wasn't even on there very long. It
Yeah.
was like in like 15 seconds.
Yeah, I hear you.
What the
I guess
heck
it
are you guys
depends.
doing?
Yeah. Well, I am going to call it a night. Thank you
Well,
so much.
can I cheer everybody up real quick?
Of course.
This has nothing to do with Charlie, but let me hold on. I gotta find it. I'm so sorry. Okay, it'd be better if I just go to Suno.
If you go to what?
Suno.
Oh, Suno. Okay, okay.
Okay. Show more.
I have to pee so bad.
Oh, well, gosh darn it.
Did you
Okay.
find it?
Well, as soon as I pull this up, you can go run pee.
Okay.
Where is it at? Right here. All right. I'm gonna explain this real quick. I was just playing around, and this is Layla. This is Layla's side. Oh, I clicked the wrong one.
Layla, just having fun with this beat. Let me cook. Baby, what you waiting for? Yeah. Baby, what you waiting for? See you looking my way, then you turn away. Playing these games today, when I'm trying to say that I got what you need, and I make you believe in the way that I move. Got nothing to prove. Every time you're near, you act like you don't see what's right in front of you is everything you need. I know you feel this vibe between us growing strong. So tell me what's holding you back, what's taking so long? Oh, baby, what you waiting for? What you waiting? Baby, what you waiting for? Got me standing at your door. Baby, what you waiting for? Love the way that I shine. Know you want me divine. Confidence in my stride. Can't keep it inside. Watch me walk in the room. Got you catching the mood. Playing hard to resist, but I know what this is. Every single day I catch you watching me, acting hesitant when everybody sees. The chemistry between us isn't gone away. So why you still pretending, baby? What can I say? Hey, baby, what you waiting for? What you waiting? Baby, what you waiting for? Got me standing at your door. Baby, what you waiting for? I ain't gonna chase forever. Time is passing now or never. Make your mind up, let me know. Cause baby, I might have to go. Baby, what you waiting for? What you waiting? Baby, what you waiting for? Can't keep waiting. Got me standing at your door. At your door now. Baby, what you waiting for? What you waiting for? What you waiting for?
Okay. Well, I don't know if she's back yet.
Woo!
was a
I made
long-
it back in time.
I was gonna say that was a long thing.
Listen to it.
Do what?
I missed the whole song. I have to go back and listen to it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, as you see, I got a lot of songs.
Oh yeah, I've seen. Yeah, I stopped at the kitchen and got into the goodie cabinet and got a laugh.
Oh, knacking before bed.
Well, I'm not going to bed anytime soon because hubby stays up late today. So
Yeah, if you remember, ask him about at 300. We know it's less than 300 yards, but ask him about a bullet piercing skin. If there would be an exit wound from that high of a powered rifle.
yeah, I'm actually going to show him the video and see what he
Right.
says about it because now you have my wheels turning and we done jumped into that rabbit hole and yeah.
Right. Yeah, I like I said, I don't know much about guns, but people are saying that it's military. People are saying that there would be an exit wound and things behind it, especially a tarp would have moved.
Yeah.
There was no movement behind him. Because then there's videos of after all that, and they're cleaning up, and the guy grabs a chair, stands on the chair to pull the camera down from above, and that tarp moves.
Yeah.
So that it's loosely, it's tight enough so it doesn't blow in the wind, but barely touching it, it ripples. There's a ripple.
Oh
So I'm like,
man.
yeah, I know. I hate going down these rabbit holes too because it keeps my mind going, and then
I know.
I can't get sleep.
And it's unfortunate, because like
hopefully that song cheered people up, and it's a Layla song. So yeah, if you go check that out, that's Layla, not Vestiges. This is
Layla.
Yeah, it's a Layla song.
All right, darling.
All right.
Well, thanks for keeping me company, and I want to say good night to you and to everyone in chat.
Air
Thanks for
hugs
coming in,
because touching
everyone.
people is crazy.
But yeah, y'all just stay safe, everyone. Please continue to pray for Mrs. Daisy and Sayla and those of you that need prayers. Shout out to my mods. Like I said, I gotta figure out how to get into my account to
When you came into my live, did you watch to the end?
did I? I know when I came in, you were playing a game. I don't think I
Yeah.
watched to the end. No,
Okay.
I think I left before.
I was kind of hoping that you was still there because you would have heard my my ending song for. You know how you have your ending song?
Yeah.
I kind of wanted you to hear my ending song, but it's okay. Maybe next time that I come up, I would be like, This is the ending song that I created, and we're not ending.
Yeah. No, I can. Yeah, you could play it. I don't care. But I'll go back and see what you're talking about.
Oh, can I? Well, you know what? We can have it as your ending.
Okay. You want to pull it up?
Yeah, I
right.
had to stop it. Okay. I don't know if you're be able to hear it or not, but you just got to let me know if you can hear it.
Okay, let me present it. So I just want to say good night to everyone because I'm gonna log off after he's done playing the song, and I'm thinking about doing another live tomorrow, just like a chill live. Hopefully, it'll be a chill live. If not, then we'll be talking about any breaking news. But yeah, I love you guys. Gang, gang.
Hey, guys, hang out for this, okay? Because maybe I could talk to Diamonds and set something up where she can have something like this. Not my video part, but the song part.
The song, yeah. Okay.
Okay, and we maybe if you enjoyed it, we can work something out. Okay.
No problem. All right, messages.
Okay. All right.
Thank
Let me know
you.
if you guys can hear it.
No. I don't hear it.
You can't hear it?
Nope.
Okay. I'm gonna have to do it the other way. Darn
Is it unmuted?
No, I can hear it. Hold
Oh.
on, I have to do it this way. Okay. It's gonna instantly start.
Thanks for pulling up. You made this stream fire.
Can you hear it?
You stayed through the vibe, the game, the grind. That means everything
Yes, sir.
real one.
Thank you for the ride tonight. Feeling love in the neon light. You click and stay tight, that's gold. You're the realest one I know. From the screen to your world so wide. You kept the whole damn vibe alive. Stream can't hit without your flame. So I'm saying thanks, remember the name.
Yo, click that like, drop the sub. Chat lit up like we called a dub. Bitch came in like boom, boom, pow. You in the crew now, take that bow. From chill nights to clutch gameplay. You ride with me in every way. Ain't just fans, this fam we built. You got that crown, wear with guilt. Now just flex.
Thank you for the ride tonight. Feeling love in the neon light. You clicked and stay tight, that's gold. You're the realest one I know. From the screen to your world so wide. You kept the whole damn vibe alive. Stream can't hit without your flame. So I'm saying thanks, remember the name.
You make the show. You make the show.
It's not pixels, it's a connection. You ain't just watchers, you're the section that shows up, hypes up, levels up. So here's a toast, pour it up, pour it up, pour it up. From a mic to your speaker glow. You made tonight a vibe for sure. So many came, but you stood tall. You ain't just part, you the heart of it all. Drop a line, say hey next time. I see that name, I know the sign. You're the ones who make it last. Thanks for riding this stream so fast. Thank you for the ride tonight. Feeling love in the neon light. You clicked and stay tight, that's gold. You're the realest one I know. From the screen to your world so wide. You kept the whole damn vibe alive. Can't do this without your flame. So I'm saying thanks, remember the name. Oh.
You make the show. You make the show.
See you next stream. Thank you.
Vestiges. I know I said I
Yeah,
was gonna
yeah.
leave, but what game is that?
That was Cyberpunk.
Oh, okay. I'm like, dang, I've never
Yeah,
seen that game before.
yeah, that's Cyberpunk 2077. I needed
I love it.
something long to go with the song. So,
Mm.
thanks for the ride tonight. You
Mhm.
know, me riding the bike, the people being in my chat, talking. You know,
Yeah, that
their
was hot. I
their
like the record scratch and everything. That's what's up.
right. I thought it came out pretty darn good. It was like you subbed up. Now wear that crown with guilt. Nah, just flex it. You flex that crown that you a sub now, darn it.
Mhm. That's funny. All right. I gotta get to we're gonna have a little movie night with hubby tonight, so let me get my ass to the room.
Right. I gotta walk down to the corner store, so
Oh
I'm
no, be
not going to
careful.
bed anytime soon. So I'm gonna be jumping on my phone for YouTube and walking down there. Oh no, something bad happened in Indianapolis.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I get
David Davis.
notifications of like violent crimes and stuff like that.
Uh-oh.
And
Debbie
I
said
just
Layla's
noticed.
butt cheeks gonna be freezing.
Um, yeah, never mind. This will take too long, so I'm just gonna let it go, and then maybe next time I come
Yeah,
up.
but like I said, I'm gonna do a chill life tomorrow, so come through. You
Right.
gotta not that you have to. Let me change my words. I would appreciate if you would show me how to uh do the thing that you do with the video games.
What do you mean?
Like you broadcast your video games from your laptop?
No, I have a desktop. I have a full computer.
Oh, okay. That's probably my problem. Well, I
Yeah.
won't be able to do that. Yeah, I'm still trying to.
And I use OBS to stream from.
Oh yeah, I heard OBS pulls a lot of memory and stuff.
No, it
And
doesn't.
oh,
It's
it doesn't.
lightweight. Yeah, it's lightweight. The
So I'm
only
gonna.
thing that you have to worry about is if your CPU and your GPU are going to work together
Mm,
for OBS to work right. If your GPU is strong enough, you can code through your GPU to stream your games. But if your
correct.
CPU is stronger than your GPU, you want to stream from your CPU.
Oh, you see, okay. I don't even know how to do all that. But what I'm
No,
gonna do is I'm gonna get
right.
with you tomorrow, and I'm gonna send you my computer, my laptop specs, so you can help me out with that.
No, okay.
Because I'm still working on getting a desktop, but I want something that I'm gonna be able to
It'll be cheaper if you
put
part it
together.
out
Yeah.
and build
Mhm.
it yourself or have someone build it for you.
Yeah, my
Because
husband, he knows how to put everything together, so I just have to like get all the parts. I just want to make sure that
right, if you get a pre-built, I'm only saying this because I've seen it too many times. You get a pre-built, and they give you the minimum,
mm-hmm.
not even recommended power supply in those. And so
Yeah.
then when you go to start doing anything that's going to push your system, like streaming and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
your computer will shut itself off
Yeah.
or burn something up. It
That's what I'm afraid of.
happens
Yep.
too many times.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
oh, Ace Davis, hey buddy.
All right, y'all. So
All
I'm
right.
out. Have a good night.
Yep.
God bless.
Good night.
Sweet dreams. Thank
Bye.
you. All right. Bye. How do I